Nightbot. Welcome to my channel.
The story just made less sense in general. Tofia was the one at the door, and she had enough time to let both Hershey and her mother in. Considering that Hershey is a dog, she would have entered really weird. About 2 weeks after she originally broke the story, she posted about it on Facebook, but the details were inconsistent. This time, she said that her mother was outside with Hershey to use the restroom. There was no mention of the door being cracked open prior, and she said she had to open it to let Hershey in. While some of these inconsistencies could maybe be chalked up to a bad memory, it also created other issues. With the extra detail, the story just made less sense in general. Tofia was the one at the door, and she had enough time to let both Hershey and her mother in. Considering that Hershey is a dog, she would have entered the doorway faster than Mama Chew. So if the black dog was chasing Hershey, they should have no trouble outrunning Marie, who's elderly and in poor physical health. The black dog also supposedly threw Marie down, even though Tofia was the first person the pit bull would have to run through if Marie was already inside. And so with all of these inconsistencies, people on Reddit questioned if the story was even slightly real. People had been searching for Hershey for weeks, but as false positives started piling up, the prevailing belief was that Tofia had likely done something to the dog, and that she wasn't willing to admit to whatever it was. Whether that's true or not, we may never know. She doesn't talk about Hershey very much anymore. Sadly, it's likely that she's been dead for a while, especially if her claims of wolves being in the area are true. As for the pit bull, they definitely had the dog in May, but I haven't seen any proof that they still have it. In the end, she had other concerns, like hentai. Around August, she was caught liking hentai again, except it got a little bit weirder than last time. While most of it was gay stuff, as you'd expect, she also enjoyed some weirder stuff, including a graphic story about a 17-year-old student getting it on with a lawyer. On that note, however, she also got involved in something much worse. The details of this story are quite vague. From what I could figure out, Tofia said that she was in possession of some potential CSAM material, which she said was also evidence of some other random guy, whom she did not name, being irresponsible with kids.
I was there when she said to look up CP. I know she's not talking about, like, I know I have CP, but
This backfired on her massively, and she came on stream the next day and explained that the PDF file was actually from a Discord server, which she had already reported to the police. She speaks about it on multiple occasions, but I genuinely have no clue what the hell she's saying. In response to an Instagram rant, some Redditors were able to figure out that she may have been trying to say that she has a screenshot of someone else saying that they possess CSAM material. Honestly though, it's incredibly hard to say, and the way she felt the need to say that she's totally not a PDF file herself made a lot of people suspect that something was going on.
So I don't know why you're talking about me being a predator. I didn't say I was hesitant. I just literally said, I've literally provided proof.
In the end, this issue was closed without much of a good resolution. The Tofiachu TikTok subreddit, one of the largest anti-Tofia communities, closed the issue and urged people to come up with actual proof if there was any. Tofia wasn't impacted too badly by this, but at the same time, she also had much bigger concerns. She claimed that her family was so broke that they could no longer afford to eat. Mamachu was quick to dispel this claim, saying that they were eating just fine.
We can't buy stuff for lunches. We can only buy for our dinners. Meat that we don't have.
And sometimes, yeah, we can afford to buy stuff for lunches. But I make whatever's in there for lunch. I do.
She can eat lunch because she can't. We all can't eat lunch. There's not enough for
I make.
lunch.
Don't continue.
I am going to continue. Because you eat that, then you don't have dinner.
Well, okay, well, then you know what? I won't defend you then.
Well, then don't. I'm not going to have you come
That's
out
what I was doing.
No, you wasn't.
I
You're
just
still
did.
making it worse. The point wasn't about having lunches or not. You're telling them that I'm not grateful for the food that I have. Now you're being stupid.
She's not lying. My daughter's not lying.
This led to Tofia having a meltdown live on the air, arguing with her mother that she was making everything worse by telling the truth. Since lying about food didn't work, she went for other money-making avenues. She leaned heavier into creating merch with some very elaborate collages of copyrighted material that basically looked like a third grader made them. And of course, she also continued to stream like there was no tomorrow. She started leaning into Let's Plays, which led to her playing Sims 4 on her Xbox. In October, during one such stream, she told two Sims to do the deed, which they happened to do in front of a baby in a crib. Some of her more virulent trolls took this moment to report it to TikTok staff, claiming that it was breaking the terms of service. Since TikTok moderation is run by a bunch of gibbons with typewriters, they actually fell for it, and she was officially banned from streaming on her main account. But Tofiachu is nothing if not persistent, so she vowed to move her streaming operation over to Twitch. But she didn't actually move it over to Twitch. Instead, she just started streaming on her second TikTok account. So much for the great migration.
Dumb and idiotic is to say that Sims having woo-ha in front of a child is abuse. What the hell? It's literally saying I abused a child. How did I abuse a child when I'm gaming?
But the TikTok ban was just the start of the craziness. Do you remember how I mentioned that Tofia's actual biological relation to Papachu was in question? Well, while she was live streaming, her mother would occasionally talk about the past. One time, she reportedly mentioned the date she had met Donald, which, according to her, was in 1994. But there was a problem. Tofia was born in July 1994, meaning that she probably had to be conceived in 1993. And her dad is, in fact, probably not her dad. Marie must have realized the mistake she made, taking to Twitter, where she explained that she had met Papachu in 1994 and Tofia was born in 1995. But this is easy to prove false, so I have no idea what she was even trying to achieve with that. Speaking of her father, he had returned to social media after a long hiatus, going by the name Martrania Satorium on TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, and LinkedIn. He hasn't posted very much on YouTube, but on TikTok, he quickly got to work. I think these may be thirst traps, but you never really know with this family. Twitter is where he really went crazy, making over 900 posts between September 28th and October 19th. It was pretty much exactly what you'd expect from him. Schizo posting, pictures of himself naked, weird financial stuff, politics, and just for variety, pictures of scantily clad women. It's like he was using his Twitter as his personal archive of every picture he wanted to save, rather than what it actually is, which is a public platform. He also started popping up in the chat of of Tofia's lives. At first, she claimed it wasn't actually her father, only to walk that back and say that she had never claimed such a thing, and it was, in fact, her father. This had some unintended consequences. One of the slew of pictures Papachu posted was a meme of Tofia with Hershey, with a caption saying, "We just finished watching Asian teen videos together." This became one of his most reposted tweets. With this activity, a lot of people started to message him in the DMs. One, claiming to be a Russian girl named Melania, had a very amusing exchange with him, where he went on a rant about how beautiful she was and how he would do everything in his power to make her his wife and business partner. He also said that he had been abandoned by his family and was all on his lonesome. For context, Papachu hadn't been living with them for many months at this point, even though his SSI checks helped pay for the motel room. This really angered Tofia, who went on an Instagram live to complain about it. She denied the accusations that she had abandoned her father, saying that they were trying their best to get him help through Veteran Affairs.
We didn't abandon my father. We're trying to get him help with the VA, and they're not helping us. I'm tired of people messaging me, asking me why did I abandon my father? Why is he in a message saying that he's looking for a wife? He's not in his right mind, and you guys keep pushing him to say stuff. And I'm tired of people reaching out to a mentally ill man for views and for money. My family is not views and money. This is a real life situation that I have to go through.
She spent most of her life ragging on people for quote-unquote taking advantage of her dad by making him say things. She even claimed that no one should be able to message him at all because he had his messages turned off. Her proof was that neither she nor her mother could message him. But I think a much easier explanation would be that her own father blocked her and his wife on Twitter so that he could message random people on the internet. Things got very complicated in the next few days. Tofia's mom started messaging people claiming that her husband had gone missing. At this time, he was still posting on Twitter, but they weren't able to contact him, and he wasn't at the homeless shelter he'd been staying at. While the family was trying to find him, Tofia was busy doing what she always does, constantly streaming. And if she wasn't streaming herself, she was invading her troll's live streams to spread toxicity in chat, really saying nothing of substance in the process. When a girl roasted her, she made a video firing back, where she bragged about how she was getting all of these brand deals that she got all on her own, while claiming that the brand deals of the person who had roasted her were gotten through OnlyFans.
She didn't get those brand deals, and she's liking comments acting as if she got brand deals. And if I was her fans, I would unfollow her because you guys helped her to get those brand deals. And she's acting as if she got them by herself, that she didn't need you guys, that she didn't need your help to get her those brand deals.
But she still wasn't done. She released another video specifically calling out a troll account for trying to expose her for, among other things, supposedly defending Leslie Clark for being a PDF file. How she has this much time to bother with this bullshit is beyond me, but I guess she is unemployed. This newfound confidence wouldn't last too long, however. Do you remember those brand deals that she bragged about? Well, they couldn't have paid her that much, because in late October, she complained about how TikTok wasn't paying out her funds. She then started begging people to send her $120. Unsurprisingly, people criticized her for this move, especially since she still insisted that she was making loads of money and didn't need a real job. So she deleted the original post and took to TikTok, where she then stated that she hadn't received any of the $120 from her audience, so it was not a big deal.
I asked for 120, but I said we got it because nobody sent anything to me. It ended up getting worked out anyways. We got it worked out.
She claimed the reason that she deleted the post, however, is because they had worked out the money situation. But who really believes that? It seems more like she deleted it due to the TikTok backlash. Amusingly, she accuses people who criticize her of not brushing their teeth in the morning. And as we all know, she's not exactly an expert on proper hygiene. She then went on another live stream saying that she still needed the $120. She even claimed she was looking for work from home jobs again, which could have meant that the money situation was actually dire. Of course, still not dire enough to get her to work at McDonald's. She implicitly admits that they can't pay their rent anymore, but when trying to answer why she won't become a normal person with a normal job, she says she's just trying her best with the time she has. She's not very specific, I don't really know what that means, but she does say that they only have a few days left to get some money. It seems like some people in the audience eventually took pity on her and sent her $300. But then when she tried to withdraw it, she was told she had to wait until Wednesday. She was understandably pissed, trying to contact customer service, although that was no real help at all. In the end, her attempt to get money was unsuccessful. and soon we would find out exactly why she needed it so badly. A few days after this, a girl called Squid, who worked as a housekeeper, claimed that they had to evict a TikToker known for live streaming, although she refused to say the actual name. This mysterious TikToker had been evicted because they couldn't pay the rent, which this TikToker claimed was because TikTok wouldn't pay them. This was Tofia, as I'm sure you've caught on. The story quickly went viral as people flocked to her to ask questions about the motel room.
I only ever went in their room once, and that was like the week after they got a clean notice, which means that their room was so disgusting that we almost had to kick them out, and they had to clean it up to not get kicked out. It was still disgusting, and it smelled like ass. I'm pretty sure we had to throw away every single set of sheets that we gave them. They refused to ever let us actually come in and clean, which is part of the reason we got kicked out.
In the same clip, she said that Tofia used to refer to her as her maid for clout. According to her, she and other housekeepers were never allowed in the room, only being allowed to take the family's towels and bring in new ones. Even still, they could still smell the room. In a later video, she clarified the reason that they always had roaches everywhere is because they would never clean up their food, leading to, you know, bugs coming out. As Squid started getting attention, Tofia noticed, and she wasn't happy to learn that people were making fun of her. She responded on a live stream, where she accused Squid of not giving the full story, and even threatened her by saying that she would get her fired from her job if she didn't. She also claimed to have reported Squid to the police. Amusingly, she also makes this little comment.
You're a maid, you're not a worker, and you have no right to share people's business.
There is so much irony in this clip that it feels insulting to even point it out. Regardless, she follows this up by giving her own version of the story, in which she calls the housekeepers her maids again, and then calls them rude and inhospitable. She explains how they totally intended to pay the rent, and that the reason she didn't pay it is not because TikTok didn't pay her, but instead because TikTok didn't pay her.
But the main reason why the rent didn't get paid is because I could have had the money from TikTok to cover whatever my brother could pay until he was able to pay. That was the main issue.
She does note that it's her brother who usually pays the rent and that he couldn't cover it this time around. But then again, that doesn't take anything away from Squid's story. Tofia complains about how they were supposedly given until 6 p.m. for her brother to withdraw the money, but claims that one of the rude housekeepers tried to force them out earlier than that. This whole story is just her rambling and trying to shift blame in whatever way she can. The worst thing that she exposed Squid for is that she was rude and hates her job. Which, frankly, if you are Tofia Chu's housekeeper, and those are the worst personality traits you have, you're not that bad. Still, Squid kept posting on TikTok, responding to Tofia's threats by not taking them the least bit seriously. She reminded Tofia that she was indeed kicked out of her room because firstly, it smelled absolutely horrible, and secondly, they refused to pay rent. So trying to divert attention from that was ultimately a waste of time. Admittedly though, she was milking the situation pretty hard. Due to popular demand, she finally released photos of the hotel room. Just look at this lovely bathtub. I mean, this is just excellent. Later, she even called the police to do a welfare check on the family when she saw them sitting on the sidewalk and squatting in their cars, which Tofia took especially personally. So personal, in fact, that she released a 13-part rant on her Instagram. After complaining for a while about how they needed to buy a house because rent was becoming too expensive, she started talking about how they always kept the room very clean due to inspections from a different housekeeper.
And she did random inspections and she told us that our room was clean. We always kept our room clean.
She talks about how many of the appliances were busted and needed fixing, and also said that the whole room was dirty and smelled terrible when they got there.
Mind you, that door that was damaged, the stove that was dirty was not from us. She tried to make it seem like the lights were damaged because we damaged it. She tried to act like the door was damaged because we damaged it. And she tried to say that the stove was damaged because of us. It was damaged from whoever stayed there previously. And I know this because when we got into our room, it smelled horrible. We couldn't ask for another room because that was the last room left. That was the last room left. So we didn't get a choice to pick. We didn't damage the lights. That was already damaged. The stove was damaged. The refrigerator was damaged. Luckily, we got our refrigerator working again because they didn't get it working for 2 months.
She also went on to claim that the reason they hadn't cleaned out the trash was because they were too busy packing that day to do anything like that.
I don't know if you put that trash behind there from wherever you found the trash because you guys rushed us to sleep, so we didn't have time to clean the room.
However, she conveniently ignores the fact that they lived in that room for many months, and that if it truly had been so dirty, they could have just cleaned it. She spends a lot of time complaining about Squid, very upset that she had reported them to Child Protective Services. But Squid wasn't done. She took advantage and decided to milk this cow a little bit more. Tofia was so fed up with being bullied that she ended up exposing the actual motel that Squid worked at.
And you did dox me. And now the gloves are off, okay? I was not doxing you. And then you had to go and name the place that I worked twice, okay?
But Squid didn't seem to care that much. To round things off, she released one more video where she talked some more about the irreparable damage done to the motel. According to her, they had to throw away 2 mattresses because they were soaked in piss.
We had to throw away both of the mattresses in your room because they were soaked with piss.
This drama really said a lot about Tofia's childishness, but it didn't really matter what she did. Arguably, being a petty idiot just led to more people tuning in, which she really needed at that moment because her entire family had just become homeless. Except for her father, who had been arrested again on the 31st of October. And this begins the start of Tofia's arc as a nomad. She continued to live stream, and because she kept using the green screen effect, it still looked like she was in her old room. Well, it didn't really look like it, but, you know, she thought it did. Since they were all homeless, they ended up visiting a homeless shelter during a Thanksgiving event. When people started asking about it, she at first denied that they were in a homeless shelter at all, but then they confirmed that they were at the Joy Junction Convention Center, which is kind of a roundabout way of saying that they were actually at a homeless shelter. But because she continually tried to hide it and tiptoe around the topic, people were desperate to figure out the truth. But in another strange twist, Tofia seemed to maybe not even realize that she was in a homeless shelter. She referred to it as a convention center, which made a lot of people think that maybe she thought it was the same as, let's say, Comic-Con, meaning it's like a cool event to attend. Even Mama Chu fell for the trap, saying that it's definitely not a homeless shelter. Meanwhile, in early December, the footage of Papa Chu's arrest was leaked to the public, and it's probably one of the most insane things that I have ever seen. As crazy as this was, it paled in comparison to Slidell's life on the outside. Since they had no TV, Tofia could no longer do Let's Plays, so her 2 Xboxes were just sat in the car. They had even more Xboxes they were trying to pawn off for parts, but unfortunately, on December 17th, someone broke in and stole their valuables. Tofia would go on Instagram to discuss the topic.
What happened was that literally stuff was thrown out of the car, right out of the Jetta. So I don't know if it was thrown out of the Jetta. I thought people threw it there to make it look like we were littering. We came back, so then I decided to go into the car and check because I noticed the poster thrown around. I said, okay, cool, let me go check. My 2 Xboxes were stolen.
Tofia claims that the robbers were caught on video camera, saying she was confident that they would eventually be caught, and warning them that they should turn themselves in. Well, they weren't caught, and they didn't turn themselves in. And on the topic of wasting money, unfortunately, the family still hadn't really learned their lesson from being homeless. They still spent money door dashing food, and when that got a bit too expensive, Tofia started buying Lunchables. At every turn, they can't seem to make the right decision. Eventually, Christmas came, and while the family didn't have money for gifts, Tofia decided to give the gift of herself to the world. Even as she was standing out in the cold and literally homeless, she was still flexing on her trolls by talking about how her life is so much better than theirs because she gets to just hang out all day, while other people have to stand on their feet to make a living. This was also at the time when everyone thought that TikTok would be permanently banned in the United States, so a lot of people questioned how she was even going to make money going forwards.
I have over $1,000 plus in TikTok. Duh, TikTok still has to pay us that. Even if TikTok is getting banned, they have no choice but to pay me that money.
I think it's probably worth mentioning that the average salary in Albuquerque is $30 an hour, which comes up to about $4,800 a month before tax. And she is boasting about $1,000 that probably took her over a month to gather up. But despite the boasts, Tofia knew she couldn't actually just sit on her ass and make money. So she finally stood up and started letting people pay her to do jumping jacks. At this point, a lot was happening in just a matter of days. In early January, Brother Chu was arrested for a traffic violation. Just a few days later, he was exposed by Cursed Decals on YouTube, who showed Brother Chu's Snapchat messages flirting with a 15-year-old girl while he was pretending to be 16. This was later confirmed by matching the phone to the one Brother Chu owns. Remember, this is the same guy who accused his ex of being some kind of chomo. It defies understanding how messed up both Tofia and her brother are, but then again, maybe we shouldn't be that surprised given their parents. In a live stream, Tofia gave us a little bit of an insight to their childhoods that may help piece together the puzzle. Apparently, Papa Chu was intent on turning his 2 bundles of joy into millionaires. He tried to get Tofia to be a stock trader while he flip-flopped between making Brother Chu do the same and also encouraging him to lean into IT. He dissuaded Tofia from wanting to open a restaurant because it's an oversaturated market. When the IT career didn't work out, Brother Chu had to become a stock trader, and Tofia could do whatever she wanted, but when her brother figured out how to fix the brakes on a car, he had to become a mechanic, and Tofia had to get on stocks again. This was all happening around the time when he wasn't taking his bipolar medication, instead replacing it with testosterone pills, which, I mean, Maybe he'll get really jacked. It's possible. Honestly, it's pretty hard to feel sorry for them despite that. Similarly, it's kind of hard to hate their goofball of a father who returned to social media shortly after this, showing off his delectable feast. Let's be honest, he probably ate the panties too. But the rest of the family weren't about to let Papa Chu one-up them. In January, Tofia invited Mama Chu to Comic-Con. She somehow scrounged up the money to pay $151 for the tickets and was planning to spend more money to get signatures from people there. When viewers pointed out the fact that she was spending her money pretty irresponsibly, she felt the need to defend herself.
And I'll tell you why Comic-Con is better than living in a home. Because I don't have to have in the back of my mind that I'm going to be evicted because I don't own my house. You know, because the thought hits my head. Like, people are out here to constantly harass me. Why would I want to rent a place, to be asked to leave, to have to shove all our stuff back in storage, and not be set in a place? You know what? Comic-Con is actually better because why do I have to sit in a car all day and be miserable? Why do I have to not get out, walk around because I can't be sitting in a car? That's not healthy, right?
As it turns out, inviting her mom was probably a pretty bad idea, since Mama Chu couldn't hold her bladder, which Tofia had no issue exposing to the entire world. Perhaps the funniest part of this is that TikTok was on the verge of being banned, meaning she would be cut off from her only source of income within days. She had made an account on RedNote. There, she just got roasted even harder, this time by Chinese people as well. When the day of the ban finally came, she didn't take it too well, posting a very ominous message on her Instagram. "We know who's to really blame for this." She then posted a rant where she complained that TikTok wouldn't be paying her the $180 that they still apparently owed her. Whatever the case, the money couldn't have been that important, as she ended up getting Brother Chu into the Comic-Con venue, even though she originally hadn't bought a ticket for him. But while they were there, it seems like he did have some fun sporting this epic hat, and by the end of the con, they had somehow managed to pay $320. As of today, the family is still homeless. TikTok did come back, so Tofia continues to do daily live streams begging for donations, and the most recent update was that she admitted that she doesn't wash her lady parts because it's apparently self-cleaning and washing it could cause an infection. On one hand, Tofia is a victim of her circumstances. A child brought up in terrible conditions with an irresponsible mother and a basically schizophrenic father who was never pressured to learn hard work, fiscal responsibility, or even just basic hygiene. On the other hand, she is a 30-year-old woman who always manages to make the worst possible choice and then spits venom at anyone who challenges her. Is there room for pity? Sure, but it's hard to feel bad when her response is nothing but bile, and she continues to worsen her life by posting on TikTok instead of just getting a job. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone. Connor Murphy took himself from a socially inept nerd to one of the most successful fitness influencers on YouTube.
I'm gonna be talking to some girls, and while I'm talking to them, Jack's gonna rip off my shirt.
Only for his thrill-seeking lifestyle to lead him to do substances that permanently destroyed his mind and made him think that he was God.
What is happening? I've gone literally mentally.
Over the course of 5 years, Connor turned his self-destruction into content. That is, until it landed him in a jail cell in Thailand for beating his girlfriend with a golf club. So sit back, relax, grab a drink.
Tell me of your
You'll
deeds,
definitely need it.
so that
I
I
hope
may
you
record
enjoy
them.
the story of Connor Murphy.
Never doubt him.
Long before he was getting it on with ladyboys on OnlyFans,
Nothing
Connor
but
Murphy
the
wanted to be an
best.
inspiration for kids who were outcasts, like he was. On the same day he created his YouTube channel, he uploaded an autobiographical introduction video explaining what got him into fitness in the first place. According to him, he wasn't the most popular kid at school, and people didn't really get along with him.
I was a complete loser in high school and college, but it was way worse than high school. I went to a school called Searcy High School back in Arkansas. And man, I was a social outcast, man. And guys, I was a really shy an introverted kid, all right? So I could not break into any friend group, all right? I was afraid to talk to people. So I really never made any good friends. I was a loner, man. I pretty much just kept to myself throughout all of high school.
This really bothered Connor to the point where he decided to take up doing bodyweight exercises, which eventually evolved into playing soccer, basketball, and golf. More importantly, however, he began lifting weights as soon as he turned 13 and was allowed to start going into the weight room. He stuck to it until he got to 185 pounds at 17 years old, which is no small feat for a guy standing at 5'8". However, according to his own retelling, this ultimately did nothing to solve his social ineptitude.
And I actually been training for a few years. I actually had a decent physique, but I was way too shy and humble to even show it off. I seriously wore these baggy polo golf shirts and these nerdy glasses, so I was like the least intimidating, somewhat muscular guy. And because I was way too shy to stand up for myself, I was actually bullied pretty badly in the locker room, you know, before and after sports practice. You know, I couldn't even make friends with like other dudes, let alone talk to girls. There was no way I even thought about having a girlfriend because I couldn't even talk to a girl. I was so shy. I could not even have a conversation with someone.
Due to his inability to relate to his peers, he managed to get himself transferred to an extremely academically challenging board school called the Arkansas School of Mathematics, where he believed he would find like-minded people, basically socially inept nerds with a 4.0 GPA. It was only when he started actually taking classes there that he found himself once again not fitting in. Despite getting a girlfriend for the first time in his life, he still felt like the odd one out, as other kids continued to find him awkward. It's also around this point that he claimed to have plateaued and lost motivation to keep dedicating himself to fitness. Now, usually I do wait a little longer to comment on someone's story, but in Connor's case, it's important that I establish a few things early on. So, first off, Connor himself tells the audience that his initial motivation to work out was insecurity. While this is pretty common, it can often lead to delusions, with some people thinking that fitness can solve other problems in their lives, including mental problems, as we'll see later on. What solidifies this omen is that he claims he plateaued at 17 years old. Although this is possible, it's quite unlikely for someone to reach their natural lifting limit that young in life. Immediately after talking about his plateau, he transitions into discussing changing his mindsets and breaking through the plateau, and going from 185 pounds to 205 in a brief period, which, as many specialists in the fitness community have speculated, means it's very likely that the change he went through was taking steroids.
Maybe it wasn't obvious when he actually was on cycle, but now it's pretty obvious when he's off what he can no longer hold on to or achieve with that lack of hormone support in the system. So,
given how taboo this topic was during this time, it's not really surprising that he wasn't super open about his steroid use. And while there's nothing wrong with doing that stuff on its own, it does become increasingly evident that Connor's main motivation for fitness continued to be his insecurity. After posting this video to show his gains to people online, he proceeded to hammer out what eventually became his main gimmick, gratuitously exposing his mostly naked body in public to get shock reactions from random bystanders. While he did also occasionally dabble in workout tutorials, it's clear that they were a distant second place to the real meat and potatoes of his content, with him doing artistic pieces as well as social commentary performance art pieces, such as him half naked while hanging from the ceiling at Walmart, or him half naked on the roof of Chipotle, or him half naked on Omegle. I think you're getting the point here. Quickly, his videos ballooned to millions of views, peaking whenever the videos were about wooing girls with his amazing physique. Despite how successful his channel was at the time, he appeared to have a pretty good perspective on his own success. During what was arguably his peak of internet fame, he continued to quietly attend college at Southwestern University in Georgetown, Texas, simultaneously majoring in economics and computational mathematics. As if juggling that and a successful YouTube career wasn't enough, at around the same time, he revealed that he continued to dedicate himself to golfing, going as far as to qualify for the World Long Drive Championship, one of the most prestigious events in the sport where the winner stands to get $250,000. Lastly, he was preparing to compete in his first ever bodybuilding event to qualify for the men's physique division of Mr. Olympia, eventually placing third. By every imaginable metric, Connor was an overachiever, and his YouTube fame didn't seem to get to his head too much. So what went wrong? Well, in order to really answer that question, we have to look at where his online career was headed. For context, part of what sent Connor into the stratosphere is that during this time, fitness content was a lot more rudimentary than it is nowadays. Although there were a few channels putting out tutorial videos and giving workout tips, very few people paired fitness with entertainment. This meant that anyone who had a sense of humor and some charisma, as well as a good physique, had a relatively easy time finding themselves getting millions of views. The first person to trailblaze this genre was Ziz, who, despite his untimely passing, is often cited as one of the main people who made bodybuilding and aesthetics mainstream, so much so that he was referenced multiple times by Connor Murphy himself. However, the aesthetics genre wasn't the only springboard that sent Connor into popularity, as he capitalized on a much seedier online community, prank channels. For those of you who were fortunate enough to not have been on YouTube during this time period, the mid-2010s were plagued by racy and suggestive prank videos for years on end, with a slew of YouTube channels reaching stellar heights by simply basing their content around groping or kissing strangers on the street. While it is kind of surprising that this kind of lowbrow clickbait slop dominated YouTube for so long, it wasn't without its critics. Ever since the early 2010s, H3H3 Productions parodied that kind of content and made fun of the format to wide acclaim from the YouTube community. In fact, over the years, this kind of video became a real staple of H3H3's channel, and pretty much every prank channel they covered soon met their demise, turning into complete laughingstocks. As Connor's unique fitness spin on the prank format hit massive view milestones, with multiple videos of his getting 20 to 30 million views, and even one skyrocketing to well over 60 million, it was only a matter of time until Connor's time came. After reigning supreme in the algorithm for a little over a year, in February 2017, H3H3 dropped his video on him, which now sits at almost 10 million views.
This guy is a showman, and he's a prankster and a magician. He finds any excuse to remove his clothing at the chagrin of all the boyfriends and the joy of all the ladies. Because I got big tits, fuck me.
Within a few days, Connor dropped his version of a response video, but instead of being offended and taking it poorly, he decided to stick to a common trend at the time, which was asking strangers on the street if they'd smash or pass famous YouTubers, and one of the YouTubers he decided to include was H3H3.
In light of recent events, I decided this spot had to go to one of my favorite YouTubers of all time, my idol, Ethan Klein from H3H3 Productions. I've honestly been a long-time subscriber. All of his videos are hilarious, including his recent one.
My idol, Connor Murphy.
Not only did he manage to find a way to turn what could potentially be online drama into more content, but he also got dozens of girls to say that Ethan Klein was unattractive and had a small dick, while he said that he found Ethan sexy. Juvenile? Absolutely. But as far as responses to online callouts go,
and get me a sample of the heretic's latest contagion. There's a barely functional survey colony that can get you a cipher ident. Then you can try for the vault itself. You can use the old pneumatic conveyor to get the samples out. Then you can find your own exit.
Metal? Look at that. A bit of honest to Judy daylight. Right, ain't it?
You should see it out beyond the high skin. Guys to kill for. And I have.
'Tis a singular honor to bring the God Emperor's light to this faithless wasteland.
Looks like the heretics are using this region for a bit of sport. Expect more cocksounds.
A well-trained hound can follow any fence. They will find us.
Welcome, welcome.
Elimination sanctioned.
I heard something.
Prepare to die!
twists and turns, with peril on all sides.
Dogs. Dogs. Jesus. Thank you.
There's no way back.
Wait. Idle.
This med station is enemy threat. Victory! Beast neutralized.
Coming, my kindred!
We are ready. Defend this dead. Victory eliminated.
Power!
Victory back.
Hiding!
Hostiles are charging! Chaos Hound! Close by! Ashes and dust! Get in there! Make them scream! The flame that burns! Get him dead! Right here! Right here!
I'm off!
Sighted! Stop, you terminate this! Come on!
And hiding!
Neutralize that one!
No!
Visual cover! What a kill! Great cohesion, and we got it! Where is the cargo elevator? Moving now! You leave me no choice!
Stay together!
Victory dead! Be gone from my sight! Let's get to the killer! Get out of my head. A pilgrim's duty is arduous, but your reward shall be great.
Aye, Guardian. The God Emperor asks nothing less than a life of duty.
Finally, justice for its victim.
Time to heal up, kindred. Ammo! Some say servitors are made in the Master's image. If so, they are blessed.
Should be enough service functioning for you to get the cipher ID, so get to work!
This place is ready to come down.
Hadron here. Data inbound. Continue. Defend.
Readying bombardment.
Can you not even manage a simple task? Try again. Data link back online. You are not a complete failure. Well done, I suppose.
Strike the system in the game for gold! Fire grenade! Opening! Grab gunner!
All systems green. Uplink restored. The interrogator has crashed. Restart. Data flow resumed. No interruptions. On the side of roads. Completion imminent.
يلا فايستين اني جريمور.
not unfamiliar sentiment, but no one chooses to live a wasted life.
Not so. How would you explain the existence of heretics? Target classification.
Granny!
There's some shadows among these stars. Political infighting among the nobles. Or something like that.
Ah, how much simpler this would be if we could just walk together.
No chance! Nobles are only good for two things. Catching bullets and causing trouble. Let's hope this lot end up in the first category.
While it would be impolite to agree, I fear I share your sentiments.
No mercy! For the good Emperor!
So many voices.
Make your way through to Hangar Delta 175.
Voilà. Thank you.
Those grenades are hideous. Come and face your death! Beware hound! Trip it down! Fleet kill!
Gunners all! Embrace your doom!
Targets marked for death.
Getting a bit lonely out here. Rounded, are we?
You need to head down to reach Hangar Delta 175.
That's right! Repent!
Initiating crowd control.
Ammo crate!
Stretch one Ranger!
Third flamer neutralized.
Ammo bag. Back there.
Ranger! Kill confirmed!
Maybe save the bag.
Dead! Dead! Victory kill! Ow!
Remember, ye blackguard! His life is upon ye! On, kindred, on! In the
Three
God
bags.
Emperor's name!
Come, pilgrims, to holy war!
You're nearly at the exercise vault. Stay sharp.
Praise his name!
The Ranger is
Hear his wrath!
Raise it down! I mistrust the rogue traitor, as I would any who treat with sense.
An interesting position you've taken. Some might even say courageous.
If the Zenos at the last medicator, look over the credit sharpish!
That's the exercise vault. Look for a release.
Eyes on a switch!
Engaging multiple targets.
Whatever comes next, you'll do better as a group.
A well-equipped med station.
This medic See that? It's the pneumatic conveyor. That's how you get the samples to me.
Ooh.
Get those chambers cracked and recover the contagion samples.
Rough justice, Baron. There'll be nothing to fear from me. The righteous.
Tracking.
Is that you under all that blood? Faith cannot move this button alone.
Get it loaded into the pneumatic conveyor.
Vacuum capsule. Away from that bastard! For the God Emperor! His light is upon ye! Right in the face, Ken! Cover me!
I must die!
Behind you!
Embrace your doom! Gunners all!
Weapon, watch it.
Won't take much more.
Sniper's dead! It's about to blow! Target! Get out there! Avast, ye blackguards! Rejoice! Repent! Hostiles upon us! Watch the kill! Give me up!
There are miles to go before we rest.
Get acknowledged! Take it back, Charlie. Watch for the hook! Reaching the Imperial! You don't neutralize!
guide your aim.
Thank you.
Let us see what can be done. Our prayers have been answered. The work is complete. And what do we have here? Departure logged. I can improve your armaments if motivated.
It's far from being the worst, especially since other of H3H3's targets got so mad about being made fun of that they tried to sue him. As people began discussing Connor on the H3H3 subreddit,
Nereye?
Welcome back, officer. It's been a while since your last qualification. Let's not waste each other's time. The key to excellence is perfecting the basics. So, let's see what you've got. Now grab your rifle so we can start. Move over to the indoor range. I want to see what you can do cold. Grab a loaded magazine on the table and get loaded.
Lean.
Load and make ready. The command to fire today is threat. Shooter, on you. Engage the target on command.
Toggle. Aim.
Threat. Enough point shooting. Shoulder that rifle for a good sight picture before firing. Remember to switch between semi and full auto based on the situation. Just watch that recoil. We don't just spray and pray. Next up, transition to your sidearm. Engage the targets as they move. Remember, switching to your sidearm. You're shooting well, but let's focus on some surgical shots. Slow your breathing, get a perfect sight picture, and trigger press. Try again. Let's work on an alternative shooting position for close quarters. Move to a canted weapon stance for toggle your weapon attachment. Use the laser for better shot placement. Stand by. LSPD Armory has a bunch of approved attachments to outfit your weapons. More on that later. Right now, let's see if you're warmed up enough to pass one of our drills. Hit all the targets under part-time, and you'll get your name on the leaderboard. 3, 2, 1. Threat! Good enough. Good. Now it's time for some deployment practice. Grab a few flashbangs from the table. Go ahead and throw them through the open windows. If you need more, they're in the case to your left. Are less lethal means of disabling potential suspects. Make sure you treat them with respect. Now, are you ready to meet your element, or are you going to stay here and do more shooting? All right then. Head through the door and head over to the shoot house. All right. Now you can peek or open doors. Beware of threats. The door is locked. Someone's idea of a joke.
Chemlight.
Go ahead and breach the door.
Hands on your head, now! Police, hands up!
As you know, you're a SWAT
Hands
element
up!
leader. While your team is prepping, let's go over some commands you'll be issuing.
Hands up now! Drop to your knees!
Now your team is prepped and loaded. Issue a command to have them fall in.
Fall in behind me. On your six.
Now order them to stack up on the door.
Element.
Put the stack on this door.
Affirmative. You gonna move? Door's unlocked.
There are multiple ways to breach a door. For this one, order your team to open and clear it.
Get the door and move in.
Copy that.
I'm complying.
Let me see those hands! Get on the ground, now! Down on the ground, now!
Help us, please.
Turn around and stay still. We've got this under control.
No contact.
Get us out of here. You
You're in
have
my
to get us out of here.
For everyone's safety, we need to detain and control everyone until we can sort
Light.
out suspects.
Down on your
and
knees!
civilians. Now move through the next door.
How is this keeping us safe?
Keep your hands up!
When possible, scouting the room before breaching will give you the upper hand by showing you where the threats are. The Opti Wand is a camera you can slide under the bottom of the door to get a clear view of the next room.
What if they come back?
Chem light out.
Hey, you're a senior officer.
Total crunch. No. Okay.
Now that you know that there is an armed suspect inside, you can better prepare for how you're going to breach that door. Remember, the goal is to apprehend the suspect. We are a life-saving organization after all.
Open and flashbang.
Acknowledge. Flashing it.
Put hands on your head! Put your hands up! Police, down on the ground!
Turn around.
Light. Nothing here.
Stay down.
Always look to detain suspects where you can. But remember, sometimes they give you no choice. For this next room, I'm gonna have you take the lead and do as you will. When you're ready, head for the door.
Let's get it done.
Hands on your head! Do it now!
Chem light.
Get down! I want to see. Drop your weapons! Hands up above your head! Hands up! Down on your get on the ground now!
Tie them down.
Restraining. Hands up above your head! Police, get down! Get down now! Hands up! Drop to your knees!
Don't run or
Hands up! Do it now! LSPD, don't move!
Suspect isn't going anywhere.
Keep your hands behind your back.
Get me out of here!
Nice work. Remember to drop a chem light when you clear a room. That way, everybody knows the room's clear.
Light stick.
That's it. Next up, we're looking at multiple entrances. Cases like these, it might be good to split up your team and work multiple angles.
Blue team.
I can't feel my hands.
Dropping a chem light.
I can't feel my hands.
Stay on me.
Got your back. Leaving us here. I can't believe it.
Get down on your knees, hands up!
Provide support. Form a diamond.
Please, I can't feel my hands.
Stay on me. Diamond formation.
Hands up, now!
Dad, help!
On me. Form a diamond pattern.
Go home, please. Yeah, officer?
Provide support.
Officer,
Form a
right away.
diamond.
Hands up, do it now!
Please, I can't feel my hands.
Provide support.
Got you, 6.
Putting down a chem light.
Officer, these cuffs are too tight.
Red team.
Order blue
Gold
element to
team.
stack up on door number 1. Right.
All teams. Blue.
Sir?
Split and provide cover on this door.
Now order red element to stack up on door number 2.
Good. Red. Split the door. Affirmative.
Now you're separated from your team. When that happens, it's advised to turn on their head cams, so you see what they see.
In the way, Chief. It's open. We're good to go.
When you're ready, order the blue team to open and bang. Then order the red team to follow up.
Please, I can't feel my hands.
Red team. Gold. Red.
I can't feel my hands.
Blue team. Blue. Element. Blue team.
You're leaving us here. I can't believe it.
Cover the area. Red team. Post up and provide cover. Gold team. On move. Ready to knock.
Please get down! Put your fucking hands up! Hands on your head!
Stay down and turn around.
Wait, you're not serious, right?
Get down and keep your hands up!
You need to relax.
Good job. Now that you secured the area, finally. Congratulations. You have passed the basic training.
Put your hands
Naturally,
up!
you'll learn more advanced features and techniques along the way. But for now, the streets of Las Sueños need you.
Can you at least let me sit down?
No.
Get down! Put your
You're
hands
welcome to
up!
stay on the range as long as you'd like. When you're ready to move on, head for the Bearcat. That'll take you to the station.
Die.
Get it done. Deploying chem light.
Yeah.
Officer Baker, report to staff services.
Balancing work and home life can be difficult, especially in a career like yours.
Tok 2 na 3 TM.
Officer Foster, please report to staff training.
That's what I could. Not really.
Officer Peterson, please report to Captain Porter.
How's it looking out there these days?
Report to Captain Porter.
Listen up. At around 2300, we received multiple 911 calls from the 4U gas station at 5th and Van Drake and Southside. We believe this to be a stick-up robbery with multiple armed suspects. At this current time, we don't know the condition of 4U manager Mudassir Varma or Charla Layton, with both calling in during the robbery along with multiple other civilians in the premises, including Charla's daughter, Crystal Layton. First responders began locking down on the scene at 2340, containing the area for D Platoon's arrival. An officer on scene reported the sound of gunshots at 2345 within the main building. We can identify all three suspects on the scene: Andre Williams, Zion Pretlow, and Jaden Fletcher. All have their own run-ins with the law for drug-related offenses or violent crimes. Be advised, some or all may be under the influence of methamphetamine and incredibly erratic. This potentially showing their true motives to feed a lethal addiction, even with the stick-up being high risk. We can assume their move was calculated, with DeBanco stopping by before the robbery for regular pickup of cash stored on the premises. DeBanco's employees are known to be at risk during their shifts, with many criminal acts committed against them, such as assault and attempted robberies. Along with the front entrance into the store, there's a second method of entry into the diner side area on the northern side. If both locations aren't viable options, there are two alternate entry points on both sides of the building. One may require a key card used by employees. You should be able to find it in a Knox box on scene. Suspects may have broken away from the main building into the side garage on the eastern side. Exercise caution when moving around the exterior. It is unlikely the suspects are wearing armor. They are armed and have demonstrated their intent to cause harm. We do know at least one of the suspects is carrying a 9mm semi-automatic pistol, as described by a witness. Remember to only use lethal force on what you deem as an imminent threat to you or your element, as well as civilians present at the scene. Plan and coordinate your actions accordingly. And get to work.
Officer Roberts, please call back.
Behind you.
Talk to lead. Suspects have taken refuge in the area and are refusing to cooperate. Move in, remember your ROE,
Cover my
and secure
movement.
the area.
Still clear.
Lead the talk. Civilians down but breathing. Notify Thames.
Lead, this is talk. Stabilize them and we'll send EMTs.
Maintain cover.
No contacts here.
Over there.
On the move.
Move to my front.
On the way.
Watch your fire around the pumps.
Putting down a chem light.
your officer.
Provide cover on me.
You're good. Police, get down!
You have to listen to me.
Police, hands up!
Shit, I can explain everything. Please help me.
Turn around. Keep your hands up. This is protocol.
Let me go. I'll tell you everything.
Talk. Civilian good to go for evac.
Dock to Element. Trailers inbound.
Get down on your knees! Hands up! Drop to your knees! Get down! I want to see hands!
Fuck. This was a mistake. All my fault. You gotta book it clean, bro.
Stay on me.
Right with you.
Post up and provide cover.
Got it.
Post up.
That's affirmative.
Chemlight.
Kde?
Stay on me.
On you. Element to talk. Suspect is down. LSPD!
Dock to lead. Proceed with mission.
Get down, arms outstretched!
Bulletproof
Don't
glass.
move! Police, stay where you are!
Deploying Chemlight.
Get hands up! Get down! On the ground! Move! Get down and put your hands up! Police, get your hands up! Put your hands where I can see them! Get down! I want to see hands! Hands on your head! Get on the ground, now!
Talk. We have a civilian down here.
Dock to entry team. Notifying trailer.
Evidence bagged.
Put your hands up! Hands up, now!
Over here, help
Hands
us.
up above your head! Hands on your head, move! Put your fucking hands up and get down! Slowly. Hands up, do it now!
Turn around.
You're gonna be okay.
Let me see those hands!
Civilian is ready.
Lead to talk. Dropping a
Civilian
Chemlight.
secure.
Lead, this is Talk. Trailers notified.
Please, I can't feel my hands.
Down on your knees!
Entry team to talk. We got a dead civilian here.
Entry team, this is Talk. Continue with your mission.
Hi, Mudasir.
I got your message about the on-site safe.
Chem light out.
I'm trying my best to get that sorted out as soon as possible. I know the ATMs have been a huge problem, and you know DeBanco's been having a lot of issues as well lately. So, give me a call back when you get this and we can talk about that. There is also the other incident that I want to talk about as well. Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
Police, get down! Hands up now! Drop to your knees! Ready's down! Put your hands up! Hands up, above your head! Put your hands up!
In and out.
Police, get down! LSPD, don't move!
Bad enough.
Get down and keep your hands up! Got him.
This shit.
LSPD, don't move!
Entry team to talk. Suspect in custody. Ready for transport.
Secure.
Stock reporting.
I'll bag it.
Continue with
Hands
object.
up! Police, get down! Get on the ground, now! Down on your goddamn hands on your head, now! Hands up! Down on your knees! Hands up! Do it now!
Put your hands
Keep your hands up!
Put your hands up and get down slowly.
Get down
Put your hands
now!
up now.
Get down on your knees! Police, down on the ground! Down on the ground, now!
Cuff him.
Hands on your head! Do it now!
Stupid, so stupid.
I didn't do nothing.
We're with the LSPD. Civilians in custody, good to go.
Those guys were trying to kill me.
Get down! Put the weapon down! Drop it now! Police, hands up!
Restrain him.
Get down on your knees! Hands up! Drop to your knees! Get down! I want to see hands! Down on the ground! Move!
Stop.
Here we go.
Lead.
Suspect in custody. Ready for transport.
Talk to entry team. Excellent work. Don't stop now.
Police, get your hands up!
I have your word, I'll be fine.
I'm gonna remember you when I get out.
Post up and cover.
Stacking.
All my fault.
LSPD, don't
Anybody
move!
hear me?
Entry
Hands
denied.
It's not me you want.
Police, hands up!
Get shot, okay? What have I done?
You make a mistake. You just don't know.
Do something.
Get down! I want to see hands!
Arrest him.
I got it. Don't worry. We're cops.
You civilian is cuffed. I work here. You think you are, man, but you ain't.
Trying to kill me.
You're not gonna last out there, man.
Element to talk. Stay calm.
Talk reporting. Acknowledge.
All my fault.
Hands on your head!
Search and secure the area.
Searching the closet.
What have I done?
Civilian ready to go. Talk.
This is Talk. Great work, entry team. That's a wrap.
Officer Fraser, please call extension 434. Officer Fraser, 4342.
Officer Turner, please call desk.
Grab me a coffee on your way back there, will you?
This is the same group we arrested for slashing tires on Mexican lorries and shouting about oil?
I know, right? It's crazy. These idiots start off trying to save the world, and now they're officially terrorists looking to end it.
I guess they don't see it that way.
Ah, who fucking knows with these nut jobs. Mark my words, though. We're gonna be dealing with their fuckery for a long time to come.
What the hell do you know about it? Get your hands off me before I slap your fucking teeth out of your mouth!
Sorry, man. No offense. I was just joking. I didn't mean anything by it.
Don't care. Stay out of my fucking way from now on.
I only joined the force about a year ago. I don't have the right to feel this shit about everything.
Okay.
Someone who claimed to have gone to high school with him didn't ask me anything, providing a picture of Connor from their school's yearbook to prove it. This schoolmate of Connor's described him as extremely socially awkward, having a lot of anxiety and acne, being socially stunted, and potentially having a mild form of autism. This same person also said, he was decently smart like the rest of us, but here's something. Connor sacrificed the chance to be what is basically the equivalent of a prefect in cushy boarding schools because he wanted to golf and couldn't show up for a meeting to confirm him. It's worth mentioning right now that this is something of a pattern for Connor, as despite being unusually overqualified and competent, he tends to dedicate his attention to alternative avenues. And as we'll find out, he's consistently bad at picking his priorities. Now, in that same month as the H3H3 callout and response, Connor was actually arrested on 6th Street in Austin, Texas. And of course, he was shirtless when it happened. While it's always a bad thing to get arrested, this wasn't as serious of a situation, since 6th Street is known to be somewhat rowdy, since it has multiple bars, and is located near a major university, meaning it's where college students go to get hammered. Fortunately, nothing really came of this arrest, and it eventually turned out that it was all just a setup for a prank, as he had been pretending to get in a fight with one of his frequent YouTube collaborators, Brandon Carter. Ultimately, this little stunt also proved pretty fruitful, as the resulting video got well over 6 million views. After these issues following the interactions with H3H3, Connor resumed his regular uploads with no problem, without involving himself in any other bouts of online drama. Not only was his main channel's content doing well, but he also had a side channel where he posted extras from the main channel videos, and many of these also got millions upon millions of views. For a moment, it seemed like there was nothing that could stop his momentum. However, from 2017 to 2020, his content grew increasingly suggestive and clickbaity as he collabed with more bona fide prank channels and doubled down on the sexual angle of his videos. Despite him trying his best to clickbait the audience, his popularity slowly but surely shrunk to a shadow of his former self, with the majority of his videos no longer hitting the million view mark and the format growing increasingly stale. As his returns were diminishing, it got to a point where he had to resort to very explicit packaging in order to maintain any views. The issue with this is, as time went on, a few sort of adpocalypses took place, and past that point, you couldn't really get away with overtly sexualized content without getting your videos demonetized. So even if he was still occasionally getting some nice views, it's unlikely he was making anywhere near as much money as he used to make in his heyday. While he doesn't bring it up again, this probably would have been a good moment to take a step back from online content creation and go back to focusing on his computational math degree or his golfing, since it looks like he had a pretty promising future in both of those areas. However, it seems that at this point, he'd gotten addicted to the content grind, and particularly all of the attention, affirmation, and money he got from it. But unfortunately for him, it looks like all of those were slowly going away, never to come back. This sharp downturn in popularity came to a head in mid-2020 when, after years of trying to grind and spam his way back into relevance, his content prospects suddenly became exceedingly limited due to the pandemic, making it so that doing street interview content was nigh impossible. Suddenly, and with no lead up, Connor uploaded a 9-minute video simply titled Goodbye, and the contents of this video are pretty bizarre to say the least.
Guys, just to let you know, again, I've done this in the last few videos, this is just acting, okay?
What is happening? I've gone literally mentally insane over the past few days. I don't understand. I've hit my mental breaking point. I used to be so happy when I was a kid. The world seemed endless, the world seemed infinite. It was like I could actually be happy. I had dreams, I had aspirations. It was amazing. And I accomplished it all. Look at my life. I fuck 3 fucking girls a day. 3 girls a day. Do you believe that? Yeah, you do. Look at my YouTube channel. I'm popular. I'm famous. And this doesn't come from ego. This is because I'm unhappy. I have nothing that truly matters.
At the time, this was widely taken at face value, and especially since this was within a year of Etika's untimely passing, people were still on high alert for content creators having mental health crises. But there's something more interesting happening here, and perhaps more disturbing, that actually reveals itself within the first few seconds of the video when he premises it with the claim that this is just acting.
Again, I've done this in the last few videos, this is just acting, okay?
It's obvious from the lack of his usual glassy-eyed expression that there's some degree of honesty here and not just acting. But why would Connor say that he's just acting? If you're familiar with the huge pickup artistry community that was nearly symbiotic with the fitness community at one point in time, you've probably heard that one of the most common tricks for gaining confidence is, simply put, pretending. If you lack confidence and being fit, smart, or wealthy isn't doing anything to fix that, the next step is to create someone else in your mind that is, and then mimic what that person would do. Of course, that requires you to suppress any feelings that you're being dishonest. In fact, if anything, you're encouraged to embrace dishonesty, just as long as it gets you closer to your goals. If that sounds mentally dangerous, that's because it is. If you're lucky enough to not end up with something like imposter syndrome, the end result of that practice can, and often does, result in a self-induced dissociative identity disorder. You dislike yourself so badly that you create an alter ego, and after spending enough time as that alter ego, you can no longer distinguish who you really are or what your goals in life are. Based on what Connor is saying here, we can clearly see that this is what happened. He first acknowledges that he was much happier as a person when he was his true self, an insecure, nerdy kid who didn't get along with others. Then, he points to having accomplished everything he wanted as a teenager, and also points out that it brought him no joy, at which point he proceeds to blame his parents.
My parents have sucked away every ounce of happiness in my body. I've done everything just to please them, just to make them proud, just to make them happy, and it didn't work. I started YouTube so they would be proud of me, so I could be successful and rich. Show them that I could have a fun life, but they don't get it.
Now, it's not at all impossible that his parents contributed to his issues by encouraging him to see his value as conditional on his accomplishments. However, I strongly doubt that either of them told him, "Son, you have to run a shirtless prank YouTube channel in order to be happy." It's much more likely that they advised him to go to college, which he deliberately set aside to focus on his online career. The real issue here, which Connor conveniently sidesteps, isn't that the things he's accomplished are meaningless. The real issue is that the person who accomplished them wasn't actually him, but instead the persona he created. It's not surprising that he can't enjoy the things he has when he knows that most, if not all of them, were ill-gotten through deception. His aversion to his real identity, and honesty in general, is so severe that he has to tell himself he's acting when he's about to show his real emotions for a moment, but he also seems incapable of realizing that he is responsible for his own situation. Worse yet is the fact that, instead of taking this mental breakdown as an opportunity to self-reflect and be accountable for his state, he proceeds to lay everything on his parents, even making some pretty shocking claims.
They can't understand happiness, they just don't understand it. I visit them 5 times a year. I offer to fly them out to LA. I do everything for them. Everything I can to make them happy. It's not just me, they ruined my sister. They instilled such horrible unhappiness into her. And then her unhappiness feed it into me. They convinced her that I was the cause of her unhappiness. They convinced her that I bullied her. I just bought them a flight, $1,000 flight for my family for one day on a Saturday just to visit me in Los Angeles. They've never visited me here. For 3 years. 3 years.
According to him, the bullying he mentioned came from somewhere else, not him. However, there's not enough information about this aspect of the story to really comment on it. What is evident, on the other hand, is that Connor talks about visiting them 5 times a year and flying them out to LA as proof that he does everything to make them happy. Again, he's equating happiness with things that don't really have anything to do with being happy. I'm sure most parents would prefer their kid not be an LA slop content prankster than be flown out to LA. But Connor doesn't linger on this topic long enough for that to be addressed. He then claims that he learned about something called the science of happiness from every world religion to try and tell his parents about what true happiness is, but they wouldn't listen to him. Given the context Connor himself provides, it sounds a lot like he's trying to convince them that his lifestyle is good, and much to his dismay, they're not buying it. This is particularly off-putting to him because his parents not approving of his path in life pokes a lot of holes into the charade that he worked for years to build. If they just took him up on the flight he paid for, he'd interpret that as an unspoken approval of his lifestyle. But because they are not, the self-doubt that he completely reinvented himself to escape starts to creep back in. Another sign that Connor is just trying to get people to enable his delusions is that he, in passing, mentions that he's also been trying and failing to convince his friends of his happiness. He then mentions something strange.
I've stayed up all, for 6 days I've stayed up, I haven't slept. I wrote a 70-page book in 2 days to try to explain happiness to them. It's crazy, but it's, yeah, I'm crazy, but I just want them to be happy. I'm trying to save their lives. I'm afraid they're gonna kill themselves. They don't realize how unhappy they are. I know exactly how to do it. To experience true happiness. I figured it out. I realize why the bathtub feels so amazing, because it's trying to tell me something. It's trying to reach out and say you can be at peace here in the bathtub. You just have to go through a little pain beforehand.
While the book he wrote stays elusive for quite some time after this video went up, his talk about the bathtub is pretty easy to read. Although whether he was seriously considering doing something or not is impossible to know. Regardless of anything else, if what he said is true and he stayed up for 5 or 6 days straight, he'd probably be suffering severe cognitive impairment and hallucinations at this point, which would explain how distraught he was during this whole video. Immediately after, Connor comes clean about one of his lies.
My mom says she believes in God. I fooled her into thinking I believed in God, and she still wasn't happy. Nothing makes sense.
This is one of the clearest demonstrations of Connor's explicit beliefs that he can lie his way into happiness, not just his own, but other people's as well. Of course, this particular lie was pretty easy to see through, since religious people, like Connor's mom, expect that beliefs will change how people behave. But clearly, Connor was set in his ways. Over the course of the video, he becomes increasingly performative, channeling his very real emotions into a vehicle to promote this secret understanding of his and manipulate his parents.
I want people to know this story and spread happiness to the world, because if it goes the wrong direction, I would rather have my arms chopped off, I would rather have my penis chopped off than to feel like this. Mom and Dad, if you truly love me, if you're truly sad about this, just fucking stop. Be happy. Figure out how to do it. Do it for Morgan, you horrible fucking people. I love you, but you're infecting the world. You're making the world go into this literal hell. You made my sister try and convince. You made her think that was mine. What is your problem?
Of course, he remains conspicuously vague on what his great understandings actually consist of, but that didn't stop him from reprimanding his parents and friends about not getting it. Oddly enough, after accusing his parents of making his sister make an attempt on her own life, he proceeds to dox his location and say this.
You can walk into my bathroom and you can witness what true happiness feels like. You can witness what it's like to actually meet God. As soon as this video is posted, give it 30 minutes and then you can come and witness it too. Maybe it'll make you happy too. It'll show you the way. Please remember, this is not real. It's just acting.
For someone who just complained about being falsely accused of leading someone to self-harm, he sure seems like he's actively promoting it here as the way to find happiness and meet God. If you set aside his spiritual, grandiose implications of the things he's saying here, he's displaying some pretty clear signs of NPD. The main one being threatening to take his own life in order to prove a point and win his family over. Again, this has to do with the fact that he spent years of his life developing his new identity, and now that his parents and friends aren't validating it, he's being met with the painful reality that he has nothing else besides it at this point. This actually has a name. It's called narcissistic collapse, when someone with the disorder experiences a substantial blow to their self-esteem or sense of superiority, resulting in impulsive behaviors, breakdowns, anger outbursts, smearing someone's reputation, making accusations, and a tendency towards self-harm to get attention, control, and sympathy. This video of Connor almost got a full bingo. On the same day as this video went up, a fellow fitness content creator and acquaintance of Connor's named Kenny made a video covering the situation, saying he tried to contact Connor but was unable to, even mentioning rumors that both Connor and his car had gone missing. Fortunately, the worst had not happened, and it turned out that Connor had been sent to a psychiatric facility. In the excerpt of his admission papers we have access to, we can read, "Patient demonstrates a marked alteration in his mental state compared with previous months, specifically with at least 1 week of grandiose and delusional thought that he is God, enlightened, with a special understanding of finding peace in the world, committed to sharing this message with his followers, and ending his life in order to prove he is God or godlike." This led to him writing a note and posting a YouTube video. In the hospital, he denied active ideation, but continues with thought content about needing to die to prove he is God and needing redirection and emergency medication for nonsensical and disorganized thinking and erratic behavior, like trying to scale an exterior wall and being pulled to safety by staff. As dark and insane as all of this is, it's ironic that while in the custody of the psychiatric institution, he tried to climb a wall, which is actually something he'd been widely made fun of for during his brief conflict with H3H3, as many of his videos had a theme of climbing on top of random places. And if ever there was any doubt that narcissism was a piece of Connor's puzzle, here he's described as repeatedly describing himself as God. Now, most pieces of Connor's meltdown focused on, well, his meltdown. For example, Greg Doucette, one of the biggest fitness content creators on YouTube, addressed the video that Connor had just uploaded, focusing mostly on the mental health aspect of it, suggesting that if this was indeed just an act, it was one of the worst things a human could possibly do for attention. Greg also speculated that Connor might have actually gone through with doing something horrible, but within a day of his video, someone who had been personal friends with Connor, Patrick Lyons, responded.
Greg Doucette made a video, and in the video he says he doesn't know whether Connor is dead or alive. Want to clear that up real quick. Connor is definitely alive. I'm recording this on Sunday night. On Saturday, I believe that is May 9th, Connor was found at a store in Venice Beach. And yes, he's alive.
However, Patrick does reinforce that despite Connor not having followed through on the things he said, it wasn't just an act, and that he was genuinely undergoing a mental health crisis.
It's very real and it's serious, and so please treat it as such and don't spread misinformation about this.
Another friend of Connor's named Brett Maverick also commented on Greg's video saying the same thing, and both Brett and Patrick made it a point to preserve Connor's privacy and not mention that he was in a psychiatric institution. Now, while Connor was absent following the goodbye video, with his last normal video being a regular Omegle prank, there were a few things leading up to his meltdown that have been neglected up until this point. First off, there's a set of 6 Instagram stories Connor made right before his meltdown that, as far as I can tell, have only been archived in this obscure video from a Colombian channel.
I've been having these Zoom calls with my random friends, and we've been doing some like acting exercises. You know, it's my dream to be like an actor here in LA, so you guys gotta go check out my YouTube videos because they get crazy. I mean, we take it up a notch. Like, you think acting is like, oh, I'm the mailman, hi. No. We get crazy, completely unfiltered crazy, like so crazy that people start believing it's real. It's the most crazy thing I've ever experienced. And that makes me feel so good. It makes me feel so good as an actor. So go to my YouTube.
Obviously, he's talking about his meltdown here, and once again, he implicitly admits to feeling good whenever he can deceive people into believing something that's not true. Both in this Colombian video and in another piece of coverage of the situation from a fitness YouTuber from Budapest, we can see that prior to his goodbye video, Connor uploaded 7 streams of himself enlightening his manager, his friends, and family. Unfortunately, I've only been able to find links to 3 of them, but that's more than enough to gauge just how insane Connor truly was prior to his final meltdown. In his conversation with his manager can be seen talking about more realistic self-improvement goals, such as letting go of childish motivations such as impressing others, and focusing on things he can achieve in his everyday life. Meanwhile, Connor sounds completely unhinged.
Now think about this. What if Connor Murphy did want to have the biggest social media following in the world? What if it was more than that? What if, again, this is acting, Yeah.
Connor Murphy was so egotistical that he wanted to become God.
Ah.
How would he do that? How would he find a series of, like, these sort of enlightenment points where the limits on the earth fade away? How do you... Is that something that's possible?
You can actually see his manager's facial expression change in real time to confusion and discomfort as Connor starts rambling about becoming God. Once he succeeds at leading his manager to give the answer he was looking for, Connor channels some serious iShow speed.
You don't have to filter yourself because it's a thought experiment.
It would make me a god.
Make a f*** Trucy! You're a f***ing god! You know what? Don't you just realize it within yourself?
I think that Connor made so much content based on making people feel uncomfortable on the street that he got addicted to making the people around him recoil and cringe. Soon after the outburst, Connor explains his perspective on what acting is.
This is why I love acting so much, because there's no restrictions. You can do whatever you want and you don't seem crazy. This is why acting is so cool. It's almost like nothing I say can be taken as crazy. So it's almost as if acting reveals a higher truth. It's almost as if acting is the truth.
There's performance art and method acting, and then there's using acting as an excuse to behave like a crazy person for attention. If you were wondering what accelerated Connor's transformation from a generic YouTuber to whatever this is, in this same video, he actually alludes to it.
Imagine this psychological thriller where people are going through suffering in the world. There's this world of complete and utter suffering. Absolute suffering, but they don't realize it because they think it's normal.
Yep.
They think it's normal. And then all of a sudden, they get something happens. Something. They could take a weird drug. They could experience a crazy trauma, but something ignites in them. And all of a sudden, they start to realize the real world is an illusion.
The very first example Connor gave as to what would awaken people is taking a weird drug. And based on the things he's saying, that everything and everyone is God experiencing itself, and that there is no such thing as good or evil, it sounds exactly like every person who got their sanity permanently one-shotted by ayahuasca, one of the most powerful psychedelic drugs in the world that became a lot more popular in the 2010s. While it wasn't confirmed yet that this was the root cause of Connor's so-called enlightenment, this made complete sense. Along with the aforementioned fitness and pickup artist communities, there was a third and less well-known appendage to 2010's online culture, the psychedelic-driven Eastern mysticism community. While it may sound crazy at first, all you need to do is look up names like Alan Watts or Terrence McKenna to see just how popular content about using psychedelics as a way to interface with spirituality truly was during this time. While this line of thinking had already been gaining traction since the 1960s, it really accelerated in the late 2000s, as the atheism versus Christianity debates lost popularity, and mainstream people like Joe Rogan actively promoted psychedelic experiences to massive audiences.
These things that you see but you can't define are constantly changing. So if you try to say, oh, it looked like a jester, it probably did for a few seconds.
Many people often compare Connor's rants on enlightenment to fitness YouTuber Frank Yang's esoteric and experimental videos on the same subject matter, but I think a much better comparison is Leo Gura, someone who I've covered in a previous video. Not only did Leo start out by trying to teach people about self-mastery, confidence, and pickup artistry, but he'd already been promoting and advocating for psychedelic use as a means to enlighten oneself for quite some time. Most importantly, just a few months prior to Connor's ultimate meltdown, Leo recorded himself tripping on something believed to be some form of DMT, and he was saying the same kind of bizarre things, that he was God and everyone was also God, that identity was an illusion, that there's no good or evil, so on and so forth.
Which is why I, as God, don't judge any humans or hate any humans or even punish any humans. You might think I punished Hitler. No, I didn't punish it. I love Hitler as much as anybody because I am Hitler. I love the devil as much as anybody because what you don't understand is the only way that I overcome devilry is through complete self-love.
Another alarming coincidence between Leo and Connor is their belief system's trivialization and, on occasion, outright promotion of death. as a means of exploring consciousness. Leo himself has acknowledged the passing of 3 of his forum's members at their own hands. If this by itself wasn't intriguing enough, it just so happens that one of these users that took their own lives, Wave in the Ocean, had made a thread talking about how much he identified with Connor's outlook on existence. A little over a year after this thread was made, another user made a thread announcing his untimely passing, saying, "I cannot tell you why he chose to end his life. I know he had some trouble sleeping during long periods and was deeply tormented by this, and I know he had bad thoughts periodically through many years. No matter how many times I try to turn it around, looking at it from different perspectives, it was his decision to make. He discovered life, he discovered love, and now he has also discovered death." What's particularly disturbing about this to me, apart from the obvious, is that only 2 of the people who posted to this thread took issue with the sugarcoating of this man's passing as him discovering death. Worse yet is the fact that a moderator of the forum took issue with someone simply pointing out that Wave was the second person who had lost their life in this way, with this moderator actively telling people not to draw any pattern. When Leo replied, he didn't make any specific comment on the situation. Eventually, the original poster of the thread gave more information on what led Wave to do what he did, saying, "Around when we first met, he had just tried LSD for the first time and had a bad trip, where he felt like the universe said he should take himself out." This original poster also added that Wave had periods of intense mania, much like Connor did. Much later on, Connor and Leo spoke for about an hour in a recorded phone call, most of which consisted of Leo trying to speak a modicum of sense into him, while Connor cracked cringy jokes.
They'll warn you that you have to be careful. So when you're coming back from meditation retreat, they'll tell you, like, don't make any rash decisions. Don't do any giant stunts or moves. Give yourself time to integrate insights, to ground yourself. They even tell you things like, be careful, because when you come back home, you might lash out at your wife or at your girlfriend, or you might want to get a divorce or quit your job or tell your boss to go fuck himself, and just don't do those things.
While Leo expressed how much he disapproved of what Connor was doing both during this call and elsewhere, some people in Leo's own forum agreed with Connor's message. All of this is to say that the so-called enlightened conclusions that people like Leo and Connor drew from psychedelic experiences aren't exclusive to them. There are many documented instances where psychedelic use, usually DMT, leads people to take their own life in order to cross over to the other side, sometimes even being told by the entities they see while on the substance that they should hurt others in order to prove the meaninglessness of life. While some of these can easily be pushed aside as people who are inexperienced with the substance or who already have pre-existing mental problems, there are cases in which professional shamans who dedicated their entire lives to engaging with it also end up deceased. And to add to that irresponsibility, he immediately proceeds to promote it to everyone he knows with no regard for how that may affect them.
Even though I'm God, God still experiences insecurities. God still experiences everything. There has to be ups and downs. There has to be downs to experience the ups. It's just there's this weird underlying feeling that everything gets better, and it's weird, but anyway.
After getting rather lukewarm results from his manager, he then tries to enlighten his best friend, Brett Maverick, but this goes even worse in comparison because Brett sits there stone-faced for nearly an hour, giving almost no input back to Connor.
And that is, if you really work around that logic, somehow we thought that logic is a disease of the ego, but it's not. The ego is something completely different than we have ever imagined. And it just has to slowly be unraveled. Recognizing the ego as thought is a step. That's what you realize, is that the enlightenment process is realizing truth in the moment, but then at a later level, realizing that it was fake.
If you speed it up, it kind of looks like that video of a kid with ADHD who is studying math and then he's watching a video about Star Wars. As Connor spazzes around and monologues incessantly, and Brett locks in for 54 minutes straight. There are a few interesting tidbits from this upload though, such as Connor saying that he was born 6 days ago, as that's when his ego supposedly died.
I've been working on this. I've been actually born for 6 days now, for 6 days. I think we talked about this earlier, but we are so far past that knowledge that I forgot. But the ego died 6 days ago. Is the 6th day. It's the 6th day at 5 p.m.
Given ego death is commonly cited as a result of DMT trips, that's probably what he was talking about. Additionally, he says he needs to keep doing what he's doing nonstop until the 7th day, as a reference to the book of Genesis, where it says that God rested on the 7th day. But by far, the most interesting one out of this set of videos is when he he tries and fails to enlighten his parents, as unlike his talks with other people, they actually grill him a good bit and make him feel less confident about his realizations.
You know, no matter, I know this seems like a giant mind, but you're gonna realize that this has value. So,
okay.
So, you know, I never talked to you about like what you did for work. Like I never really got to know you. Like I know you as a father, but I don't know you as a friend.
Right.
I don't even blame him. His bald dad with Fox News playing in the background for the entirety of the stream has a Dark Souls boss tier power level. He actually mogs Connor into submission in under 1 minute.
I want you to imagine, you know how I always wanted you guys to be proud of me?
We always have been.
Will you though? Will you be always proud of me no matter what?
We don't have any choice.
That's not true. It's a falsehood, like...
That's how we look at it, though. Sure, we're gonna stick with you, whatever's gotta happen.
During this video, which is so confusing that it's not even worth watching for the most part, Connor is purposely obfuscating a lot more than usual. Probably because he knows he can get away with a lot less of his insanity when he's interacting with his parents. Instead of the terrible things he was saying about them in his goodbye video, here he's congratulating them on how good they were as parents. It seems like this was done intentionally as kind of a love-bombing tactic, since immediately after he's done, he pivots to the same enlightenment shtick he was saying to his friends and manager. It's also clear from their demeanor that they're genuinely concerned for him, but despite how psychotic he seems, they are still overall supportive of his decisions, which is quite surprising given the way he went on to describe them. Eventually, he comes clear about what the point of this stream really was.
You're right. I've been trying to confuse you. Because your understanding of the world is keeping you trapped.
When he tries to convince his parents to stop being Christian and instead recognize that their YouTube prankster son is the true God, they don't really budge, so he changes his strategy. At about 53 minutes into the stream, Connor asks his mom why she isn't experiencing heaven on Earth like he claims to be, to which she replies saying that heaven for her would mean she could see her deceased father, something Connor could not provide. Unable to form a cogent answer, this is how he reacts.
See my dad again? Can't do that on Earth, Connor.
Yes, you can. It's incredible.
And just like the previous time he broke into tears while telling them they were great parents, he instantly launches into another effort to enlighten them, equally unsuccessful. With the added context of these streams, what becomes evident is that Connor's meltdown, even if to some extent genuine, was absolutely planned with a few intended outcomes in mind, including but not limited to making the people that resisted his enlightenment, namely his parents, look terrible. So much for ego death and getting past personal grudges. After a month of inactivity, Connor returned to his second channel, Connor Murphy Talks, announcing that he'd been in a psych ward, confirming that the trigger for his meltdown was his ayahuasca ritual, but promising that he would never take another mind-altering substance like that ever again. He also reveals a little more about his inpatient stay, showing that he'd been diagnosed with either drug-induced psychosis or bipolar disorder. However lucid he appears in this video, he reiterated that all of that happened for a greater purpose and that he'd seen through the illusion of death.
The past few weeks have been some of the most self-improvement focused weeks of my entire life. I've had some extremely eye-opening spiritual experiences that have changed my life for the better. I can honestly say that I'm completely free from the illusion of death and that I've been able to fill in some of the gaps between science and religion that I've had in my head. I've even been able to completely rid myself of insecurities and social anxiety that used to haunt me just months ago.
Clearly, there was still something wrong. In the following days, he released a batch of self-improvement oriented videos about mewing, fasting, and spirituality.
So I believe much of the original story of Jesus has simply been lost in translation. An example of poor translation is like when Jesus turned water into wine. We seem to take this literally, when it simply meant that Jesus gave off so much positive and non-judgmental energy, people started to feel more happy, more loose, more free, as if they just had a glass of wine.
It's clear that he was aiming to make the same kind of content as Leo Gura, down to his delivery and setting. Highlights of this brief period of semi-sanity include him describing how he naturally reversed his hair loss that he's had for years, which is most likely explained by him cycling off of the steroids he was taking, since right around the same time that he stopped losing his hair, he also lost a lot of muscle size. And a little bit of a side note here, but another content creator who specializes in hair transplants eventually reviewed Connor's scalp and claimed that he'd had at least 2 transplants. But of course, this was just speculation. Besides his interesting claims about reversing hair loss, he also released other videos he recorded on the same day as his meltdown, all of which were intended to be acting reels he put together in order to get more gigs as an actor.
Excuse me, sir. I watch YouTube video. Connor Murphy say he. I watch YouTube video. I watch it with my own eyes. He seemed sad.
I'm not sure if casting agents would be impressed by a paranoid schizophrenic calling the cops on himself while doing a terrible and slightly racist Asian accent, but then again, I'm not enlightened. While his alternative medicine and spirituality act held up for a couple of weeks, it wouldn't take long before he had another meltdown.
You guys don't understand. It is incredible to be crazy. I'm free. I'm free from suffering. I'm free from insecurities. I'm free from all mental worry. I'm free from the self. I'm free from this restricted thought, this restricted psychological prison. I tricked the doctors into thinking I'm insane. They thought the goodbye video was real. Don't you get it? Somehow the best psychologists in the world, I manipulated them like my little puppets. They were never in control. They had this delusion that they were in control. But I was in control the entire time. I was doing it for this month-long YouTube stunt to try and wake people up.
This time around, as he had already proved himself to be an unreliable narrator and a generally dishonest person, it failed to get even a fraction of the impact of the previous meltdown. Seeing that he wasn't going to get attention that way, he decided to try something else instead. A 40-day fast that would be live streamed in its entirety to his followers. That is well over a month of nothing but water entering his system. Keep in mind, this is roughly the same thing that fellow esoteric YouTuber S.W.Frost did. The coincidence is so great that both of them were also sun-gazing. But if you've watched my video on S.W.Frost, you know that the end result of his radical fasting and sun-gazing was having a psychotic episode that gave him hallucinations and sent him to a psych ward. Although, I don't think Connor is too scared of the psych ward given his previous familiarity with it. He made it clear in the comment section that his objective with this fast wasn't health, but something else entirely. That something else was, once again, trying to embody Jesus Christ. Just like his stay at the psych ward was originally intended to last for just 3 days to mimic the 3 days between Jesus' death and resurrection, Connor was going to fast for 40 days, like Jesus fasted in the desert. While other fitness influencers speculated that he was going to put himself in the hospital within a week due to how much muscle loss he'd endure as a consequence of the fast, his reasonably concerned viewers repeatedly tried to get mental health services to intervene in Connor's project. These attempts were unsuccessful, as Connor just used them as opportunities to make more content documenting his journey. In the meantime, he gave his audience tutorials on how to naturally enlarge their junk and read hate comments about his fast, all while he gradually became visibly emaciated. At the end of the 40 days, he looked like a skeleton. But fortunately, it didn't seem like the fast had any particularly bad side effects. After his return, he took up a vegan diet for some time and shared his experience with semen retention and no-fap, a video which has 700,000 views as of the writing of my video. Now, as freaky as all of this stuff is, through these videos, you get to see that if he truly applied himself, Connor could have easily pivoted from his prank videos to esoteric health content and started a whole second chapter of his career as a content creator. But due to how misguided his motivation to do this was, along with how controversial he was in the process of changing his format, it made it very hard for him to gain serious followers in that sphere of the internet. Over the rest of the year, he made a video about detaching from his physique, only for his muscles to slowly return as he quote-unquote lean bulked. And I really want to emphasize here, I'm not saying this to make fun of him, but coincidentally, his hairline that he had supposedly saved slowly started receding again, while he wore bandanas to try and hide it, and used older pictures of himself on thumbnails to pretend like it wasn't happening. So many speculated that he was, in fact, back on roids. His main channel went back to chugging along and regularly uploading content, but it was clear that things had changed dramatically. Some of his friends, even if they continued to overall feel positive about him, him, expressed concern about his mental state. As he seemingly backslid into this deluded state of self, he released a video announcing that he was going to give himself a megadose of something called an ayahuasca analog, which frankly I'm not well versed enough in to know what that really means, but I would guess that he means some sort of similar substitute that could have similar effects. This, he claims, will get his pineal gland producing so much DMT naturally that he will be, from then on, permanently tripping on psychedelics for the rest of his life, which he thinks will allow him to see reality for what it really is, instead of the illusion that society lives under. What I do know is that taking a megadose of anything won't make your body start producing whatever it is you took. It's actually quite the opposite. When you take in a chemical that your body produces, your body naturally deregulates that chemical's production. This is why people who take steroids get low testosterone when they hop off gear. I've seen some people speculate that Connor was just lying about this, but in the same video, he records himself orally ingesting the very same substance that he was talking about. Funnily enough, when he turns his phone to the camera to show the date and time, you can see that one of his top visited links is Leo Gurro's forum. The thing is, while there's no way to give yourself a permanent psych trip, you can do things like self-induce HPPD, which stands for hallucinogenic perception persistence disorder. When you do that kind of substance more frequently than your brain can handle, you may develop a kind of white noise over your vision, and you may see patterns or wave textures over surfaces. But a permanent impairment to your vision would be the best case scenario. Worst case scenario, you make yourself permanently schizophrenic. And I don't mean that in the internet way, I mean that as in you have schizophrenia. As psychedelic use of any kind, let alone these mega doses he's talking about, makes you almost 21 times more likely to develop this condition. Given that Connor already has a hard time differentiating between tripping and actual insanity, I don't think he's too concerned about that possibility. Throughout the couple of videos where Connor documents this experiment of his, he repeatedly emphasizes that the substances he's doing are completely legal and that he's not recommending that other people do it. However, in every other sentence, he makes sure to tell people that what he's doing is the one and only way to see the absolute truth and reach true bliss, which sounds a lot like promoting something that, even if legal, is very dangerous.
So your mind is very conflicted, you have these conflicting views on reality that cause you to suffer, and so this is your mind right now, okay? Now, what psychedelics do, okay, they're gonna start rearranging the puzzle pieces, okay, like this. And certain psychedelics, definitely like ayahuasca and psilocybin, they're going to rearrange the puzzle pieces in a order that is closer to the finished puzzle, you could say.
The end of the year marked a significant uptick in strange behavior from Connor. First, he began recording himself doing something that he called tantric premasati yoga with random girls. To put this in simple terms, he basically stopped doing sexually suggestive shirtless prank videos and started doing extremely sexually suggestive yoga with strangers on the street. He also opened up an OnlyFans account, which he promoted in most of his uploads from this era. If there was any hope ever that he would someday rebrand to being a serious, spirituality and alternative health oriented channel, that hope was now completely lost as he delved even deeper into racy, attention-seeking antics. Unsurprisingly, this format quickly evolved to include adult film actresses, and sometimes the aftermath of these yoga sessions were also uploaded behind his OnlyFans paywall.
It is going to be really good. We're going to be playing some intense Monopoly. I hope my piece is functioning properly. And yeah, we'll be doing some awesome yoga Monopoly, so...
Even after completely embracing this new identity, he continued to try and make it out as if all of this was some kind of deep, enlightening acting performance, despite the fact that, even after all this time, he continued to be pretty bad at acting.
I have struggled with an addiction since I was 15 years old. And just a matter of months ago, I became aware of it, and have overcame it.
As the last bits of hope his audience had evaporated, Connor thought it was the perfect time to really double down on how revolting his content had become. After getting himself a degree that apparently gave him the title Doctor of Spirituality, he announced on YouTube that he would be, there's no way I can really put this in like a really clean way, so he would be swallowing another man's load for health purposes. And of course, there was also a version of it off of YouTube. He did this because, in his belief system, cavemen used to also do this in order to unlock secret primal powers. I bet there's a lot of weird stuff that cavemen did. They were living in caves after all, but I seriously doubt that they were guzzling glizzies in the Neolithic. I mean, even if they did, if you want to be a caveman, I feel like there are a lot of things to do before you get to the stage of sipping the Chris Chan special Fanta. Later on in the video, he claims that his Coombe protocol has led to an improvement in his physique, but honestly at that point, just take Tren. Your hairline is already going the way of the dodo. Just stop pretending like you've ascended beyond your aesthetics and embrace the gear. At least then you're not slurping another man's nectar for gains. Alternatively, just admit you're doing it because you like doing it. This degree of cope is simply too much.
My physique has gotten better. My physique has gotten so much better over the past several weeks. It's been incredible, and I contributed a lot to this. And so I thought, wow, what if I got even more of this, right? So essentially the balance of this energy in my body was like above baseline, right? I'm like, wow, I've got to try this out. And so I messaged Nikolai. Because I heard that, I mean, you eat this too, right?
Yeah,
like sometimes.
yeah, for sure. You know, I have done my fair share because I figured out, like, I looked at the benefits too as well, and I figured I would give it a try at least.
Interestingly enough, the guy who provides Connor with his supplements, Nikolai, also recorded himself getting berated by his family members for taking part in this and posted it online.
Mom, we were just making a YouTube video.
So then let me see it.
You can still, I'll show you the video.
I saw the video. He tells you want to see you suck his or him yours to go to the OnlyFans. So it's either his OnlyFans or your OnlyFans. And everybody goes on Instagram and sees Nick with a guy. Isn't that great? Grandma, Anthony, everybody, Allie, Will, everybody sees my son in a gay act or a potential gay act. And then you gotta explain to them, oh, but it's not really what you think. And they look at you like you got two heads on, like I'm an asshole. And that they're supposed to believe that. Yeah, Nick.
I'm sorry.
No, sorry doesn't cut it.
I mean, this guy just had to know how this looked, right? There's no way that he got into this situation without realizing what it looked like. Additionally, if all of that wasn't bad enough, Connor didn't even put in an effort to make this interesting for the new crowd of gay guys who were signing up to him and Nikolai's OnlyFans to see some action. Based on one of the reviews that someone left, Nikolai does the work, so to speak, all on his own for 10 minutes straight, and right at the end, Connor comes in, collects the fluids while staying as far away from him as possible, and then drinks it, but not before he mixed it with some kind of berry sauce. After all that talk, he couldn't even raw dog the man juice. He had to mix it with something sweet to get it down. What an absolute poser. But this was only the beginning. Within 1 month of this incident, Connor also revealed he'd been drinking his own urine, which he celebrated by making an actual song about it.
With a glass of piss, I drink my wee so I can feel alright. I drink my wee and I can sleep at night. Every morning when I wake up, I put
a few days after this revelation, Connor added that his reasons for drinking man juice weren't just health related, but they were also spiritual. To justify this, he brings up a Gnostic sect from the 2nd century that believed that Jesus intended for his followers to also drink his own man juice. What he neglected to mention is that this same group also advocated for people to smear their hands with female time of the month excrement and to eat babies. Unless Connor has some serious Patrick Bateman stuff going on that we don't know about, I'm guessing that this is just him cherry-picking information to justify his histrionic whims like usual. But as deranged as he already seemed, as April 2021 neared its end, his insanity kicked into high gear as he began making extremely incoherent uploads to his YouTube account, most of which got unlisted or outright taken down. The most apt way that I can describe these uploads is that Connor was trying to emulate the off-putting editing that Frank Yang had in his videos but with less than a tenth of the editing skills required to carry them out, resulting in a garbled mess of visuals with no discernible meaning. As the month of May began, one of Connor's ayahuasca trips seems to have transported the soul of a black person from 1980s New Orleans into Connor's body, as he began speaking with an accent and just never stopped.
I apologize in advance for the particularly psychologically constructed inconvenience. I'm not giving a flying. It doesn't exist, motherfuckers. It doesn't exist. You're free. You're free as a motherfucking bird. It's your infinite imagination.
For context, the rest of the video consists of him trying to play a Coldplay song on the violin and not doing a great job of it. As you can see behind him, his apartment is being overrun by indistinct trash, and funnily enough, despite his altered state, at about a minute in, he stops to admire himself. Over the course of the following days, he grows increasingly manic, most of which was captured on his Instagram account, which, in turn, was covered by Derek from More Plates, More Dates.
Do you know what in the world right now is going on?
You've been pranked, motherfuckers! Coronavirus is fucking real.
I'm surprised that post is still up, dude. Like, how'd that not get taken down?
While Derek completely blurs it out here, he mentions that Connor had just posted an Instagram story consisting of a screen recording that showed every single password he had saved on his phone, including the ones to his bank accounts. Even for Connor's standards, this was pretty radical. And once again, people became concerned for his mental health. Within one day of Derek's upload, what people feared became true, and once again, Connor was going through a full-blown psychotic episode, very much in line with the last one. One interesting aspect of this, though, is that instead of targeting his parents like he did last time, this time he targeted none other than Jake Paul, with a video titled, "Jake Paul Touched Me Without My Consent." So this video starts out with another man's voice in the background, which means that there was someone else with him during this recording that, for whatever reason, wasn't doing anything to stop him from doing what he was about to do. Immediately, he goes right into his terrible acting and bizarre accent.
Yes. Someone's going. Alright guys, this video is extremely hard for me to film. I know my videos have been silly recently, but this is 100% serious. I know I've been acting kind of crazy over the past year, and never really told anyone about this, but it all stems from one of the creepiest, most horrific experiences I had with Jake Paul around 2019. I've been afraid to tell this story because I feel like people won't believe me because I've lost credibility, and Jake Paul is powerful as lawyers, and he scares the living hell out of me.
Moments after this, he claims that he only ever did ayahuasca in the first place because he was trying to recover from the trauma that Jake inflicted on him. However, it's clear this is yet another epic prank on Connor's part, as he pivots to inviting Jake to a naked wrestling match and claims that Jake is a hermaphrodite who gave him syphilis. Due to how long past relevance Connor was, this really had no effect, and it only got the attention of people who were already well aware that Connor was out of his mind. In the effort of doing absolutely anything in order to get attention, he proceeds to drop more videos in which he rekindles his beef with H3H3, and most damningly, Connor makes a very weird remark about himself.
This is serious, I repeat, this is serious. This is serious, I repeat, this is serious. I am a pedophile and I am, admitting it for the better good. So essentially, H3H3 made me do it. You understand that? H3H3 made me do it. So to see how reality doesn't make much sense, same with things with like prostitution. So essentially, I can just hire prostitutes and film it, and that's considered pornography. Like, the law doesn't make any sense. That's why you gotta follow me, because I'm the second coming of Jesus Christ. Duh. So
The explanation he gives for saying these things is that his TikTok account got banned for posting videos of his yoga sessions, but according to him, the platform allowed illegal content involving children to be posted. But if this was truly his motivation, he wouldn't have packaged the video this way. And to make matters worse, he goes on to claim that Leo Gura and his dad are in on it.
So essentially, we made some fake child pornography because TikTok is allowing child. I want TikTok to go to hell and die because they deleted my account for doing prima sati yoga.
They deleted my account for doing prima sati mother yoga when they allow child pornography on the sites. So TikTok, the only thing that you could possibly do is say you're in on it to help spread the truth. You're in on it. Everyone's in on it. Leo Gura is in on it. My dad has been in on it. Okay, everyone is a genius. In fact, everyone is just playing this. You are the last person to be in line, and it will be the Hunger Games. There will be a great purge of love.
No matter how much he tries to retroactively frame these videos as some kind of avant-garde performance, it's clear there's little more to it than him just losing his mind.
So, yeah, let's have a giant war with China. There will be nukes go off, but I am the second coming of Jesus Christ, and I will protect all of you. We will do a giant meditation in Zilka Park, and we will have the extraterrestrials help us. You understand?
Oh, St. Paul so excellent. I can't wait to join you in heaven.
While Connor's sanity meter dried up at a freefall speed, one of the people who had been long familiar with his story, Kenny, tried to intervene and prevent him from further worsening the situation.
Because, alright, so I don't know if this is true or not, but I've heard from people that you've been taking ayahuasca like every couple hours. I don't know if that's true.
Yes, that is true. And trust me, Kenny KO is definitely not taking ayahuasca every 2 hours either. And the government is not either. The government would never be in on it, would they? Okay. Anyway, yes, I'm taking it every 2 hours.
Like, do you have people to talk to? I don't know if you're currently under the
Abigail,
influence of
say hi.
Are you under the influence right now?
Hi. There's orgies. Kenny, there's orgies going on in Austin. It's 6th Street. It's a pure orgy.
So, I guess, are you under the influence right now?
Oh, stop! I just talked to the
Okay.
cops. They loved it. Because they're in on it too. Check my story. Check my Instagram post. I just talked to the cops and they're in
Is
on
the
it.
cops because you talked to them or because people are calling them on you?
Both. I called them because I wanted to collaborate with them. And also people are calling. And so it's very fun.
From his strange accent to all the bits of forced fake laughter he punctuates his speech patterns with, it's clear that he's been setting this up to eventually go back and claim that it was all a convoluted prank. This kind of dynamic has been observed in other people who, after getting a lot of attention for humiliating themselves online, try to rewrite the narrative as if it was their master plan all along, and they were the ones trolling the trolls. The only difference in Connor's case is that he knows he'll humiliate himself beforehand, but that doesn't make it any better. As Kenny tries to extract something resembling a meaningful answer out of him, Connor just continues to say nonsensical bullshit.
So what's the end goal with what you're doing?
Worldwide orgy.
That's the end goal.
Yeah, for now.
In another interaction between the two from this same time period, Kenny seemingly convinces him to stop doing ayahuasca every few hours, but as we know by now, Connor's words aren't exactly reliable, so we can't necessarily take what he says at face value. A week after this interaction, a woman named Jane Conquest posted a half-hour video detailing her experience with Connor, saying that he initially seemed to be normal when they met in person for a video shoot. While she discovered during the shoot that he frequently did ayahuasca, she wasn't familiar with what that meant and assumed he was otherwise a regular content creator. A few weeks later, he invited her over to his house despite them not having interacted since the last time they had met. When she got there, she immediately stumbled into the nightmarish hoarder hellhole that his house had become.
The stack of boxes was so huge that it took up half of the apartment and spilled out through the front door. Connor apologized for it being so messy, but said that he hadn't had time to clean because he'd been so busy making content.
I've just been so focused on getting up all this content. I just haven't had time to clean.
This took place when Connor was already well into his episode, but even then, Jane maintained that most of it was played up for attention, as whenever the cameras were off, he behaved a lot more normal. As she helped him clean up his place, she discovered rotten food all over his apartment, left in places nowhere near his kitchen. After hours of cleaning up, which she was doing by herself since all Connor did was wander around aimlessly inside his own apartment, Jane asked him for water, at which point he revealed that he had no water in his apartment and they'd have to go to the grocery store to get some. When they went to his car to drive to the store, it turned out that his Porsche was overloaded with garbage and literally stinking. But despite her suggestion of using her car, he insisted that they drive there in his rat-infested Porsche. While she didn't know at the time, he was under the influence of ayahuasca as he drove, and halfway to the store, he decided that they'd be going to the park to shoot content. Of course, by content, Connor meant more incoherent ramblings, which according to Jane, he spent hours upon hours recording, all while she still needed water. Once it became dark out, they finally went to get some water, and Connor also bought a bunch of other random items that totaled over $200. Based on how much random trash was piled up at his place, he most likely engaged in this kind of impulse buying on a daily basis. When they got home, Jane went to put the groceries in the fridge, and it was at this moment that she entered the kitchen for the first time, only to accidentally stumble upon something dark.
That is when I went into the kitchen for the first time. There was ayahuasca all over the counter. I asked Connor, how often do you do ayahuasca? And he said, every 2 hours. I did not know that Connor was high until then because he mixed the ayahuasca with like health juices, and so I only saw him drinking those.
This frequency is the kind of thing that will definitely give you long-lasting brain damage, so it's not surprising that he was behaving erratically. Jane also includes a few clips that she recorded without Connor's knowledge, and it turns out that while his extremely manic behavior is a lot tamer when he's not shooting, he does the fake New Orleans accent constantly. Finally, after an entire day of cleaning and recording Connor's rants, Jane went home. But once she left, the person who introduced her to Connor, Andrew, went to Connor's house. Andrew was shocked by the state of Connor's place, as according to him, it was usually very organized. He immediately connected the dots and realized that the hoarding was a symptom of Connor's constant tripping, and he had a long conversation with Connor about taking a break from the substances, which according to him, Connor agreed to. But, of course, he was lying, and immediately after Andrew left, he continued to trip. And that is the moment when he leaked all of his passwords and bank info online.
Every single password on his phone that is saved, like every single account he has and the email associated with it, so like Bank of America, Amazon, even his Bang Energy password apparently, or the account to log in.
When Jane returned the next day, there were even more packages and trash in his house, and he claimed to have only slept for 30 minutes that night. Back when he had his first psychotic break, he made a similar claim about not having slept for a whole week. When Jane asked him to delete his bank info from Instagram, as he had already lost $9,000 as a consequence, he answered, claiming that since he was God, he had to give it to his followers. Now the natural question is, where were the police in all of this? Well, apparently they were pretty useless in this situation, as they couldn't seem to commit Connor to a psych ward despite his circumstances. Meanwhile, Jane, along with a couple of other people, including a mental health counselor who was concerned for him, spent the next few days trying to clean his apartment and get him to stop using substances and start going to the gym again to return to his normal state. However effective this strategy was for a brief period, Jane was eventually advised to stop visiting Connor as his behavior was escalating. Now, he was fixated on a plan to fake his own death by crashing his Porsche, and even after being dissuaded from this idea by a counselor, he became very aggressive with the people who were still at his place helping him clean it up. After this absolute peak of intensity, he started a live stream in which he announced he was going to take his own life. Fortunately, this did not happen, as instead he just took a bike ride to the park and came back. Although it seems that at this point, he was under the delusion that he and Jane had become engaged due to a joke video they had recorded days prior. During this part of his episode, someone contacted Jane to inform her that Connor was on Discord, sending people voice notes of himself.
Look this shit up. Look up urine therapy, up eating your own feces, because it's like a so essentially you intake the feces and the bacteria are attenuated bacteria and is a perfect it's just like taking a mother it's quite people have been doing it since ancient times. That's why dog eats the shit when they are sick. I would look that up because I think that could cure you in a week, but I could be wrong. I've known to be grandiose.
After he doxed himself and his entire family, he started making claims about owning illegal material, which attracted the attention of law enforcement, although he had an easy time redirecting them. Now, when he's talking to the cop, he also makes a random mention of H3 Productions, and the reason why is because one of Connor's consistent delusions is that H3 is running a CP
Welcome to my channel.
The counselor who was visiting Connor on a daily basis finally made a little bit of progress and got him to throw out some of his ayahuasca stash.
Da, svakako je više mogu da zatram. Živestveno. Dobro jutro, momci što ima. Svakako je višak mogu da eliminišem, naravno. To jeste point. Ne treba mi niko ko ne donosi, što se kaže, leba na sto. A? Kom je to prijatelj? A? Da me ne traže na poslu? Nema potrebe da me traže na poslu. A. Nebitno. Skroz nebitno.
Morao sam na kraju da skinem onaj Dula Monitor Tools.
Da, da bi mogla se prebaciti s jednog na drugi monitor, dobro?
Da bi zaključio da mi ne šeta s jednom.
Pa ja ne znam zašto to nisi ranije uradio. Nije bilo potrebe, šta?
A nije bilo potrebe, nije me jebano toliko, ali
A
sad je
sad-
krenuo da me ne vjera i skinuo sam.
Znam.
Kurso
Pa...
niša.
Kurso kada ti se prebacio iz jednog na drugi monitor. Zavisi šta radiš, ali... Da li si u full screenu ili nisi, pa ne igrate iste stvari, ne koristite.
I meni kad igram ne prebacuju sam. Recimo kad ovako ja ne mešu desi pređe na ovaj drugi, to me jako ne vjera i to sam sad zaključio da se to ne dešava.
Na hotkey ga zaključaš i ne mrda. Pa samo malo mentalne gimnastike, ništa posebno. Hm. 200 brzine. Nešto. Jebote. Što Nenad kaže chillo? Ne. Ladim se trenutno kući. A šta ih dolazi jebote. A šta bi ti gledao drugo nego... Jel to gledaš one mimove sa Hitlerovim govorom?
Nije Hitlerov govor. Šta ti ja znam? Sine, 1,5 milion ljudi nisu ni mudri nešto. Šta pričam?
Imaš i nove ove pa. Što ti rekao da kako...
Hvala. Trebao sam uzem mi neku popleku.
Žutu?
Hvala.
Što je ovako jak jebote?
Deus Vult, Deus Vult.
Ovo se ne isplati definitivno. Imam 30% manji cooldown, ali svaki put kad bacim magiju skinem 5% durability od tornja. Dobar način da pogineš.
No je, ovako neki baš.
You can encounter several traders who value the landscape and will quickly recipes very while you will be tempted to eliminate them and take their goods. Far more beneficial to keep them alive. Traders don't just provide one type of unit, they refresh their inventory over time, actively trading, bringing new people alive. Patience will reward you far more than good. Patience. Trading works far. You can get one after your own intent. There's a sliding scale. Once the scale get even or your side is higher, the bar will turn green and you accept it.
Dobro jutro.
Dobro jutro. To je Slavko. Tako formalno da sam pomislio da je poreznik ili policija.
Malo pred sam utno,
Slavko, kad god ti ovo treba, pošalji mi poruku na moni. Žabe mi šalje. Kad sam jako miren u to.
Wisely spoken Jugović.
Da znam, jel idemo u drugu danas, pa će da mi trebaš posla. Ne moraš sad, brate, ali barem pre posla da to, znaš? Zvaću te, nije problem. Evo, brale. Kući malo sad gledam, pa posle idem u drugu smenu i tako. Ti? Ovako. Ovaj Atom Fall je izašao ili?
Atom Fall?
Ma evo gledam neki beginner guy, pa tako.
Ne znam.
Šta valjda izašao je?
Strategija, šta li?
A ne. Pre-order now, out March 27. Marta izlazio. Neki Quarantine edition. To interesantno izgleda igra.
Da. Pretpostavljam.
To sam gledao. Oj.
Ti danas radiš koju drugu? Oje.
Nije to, bre. Borise.
Ne znam da je.
On nije tu, evo.
Bije do malo pravde, ali...
Da vidim piše Game Pass, moguće da ga izbacili na Game, će da bude Game Pass igra Day One.
A hoćeš njega da pitaš?
Ne, gledam ono, par puta sam samo onako na Blitz vidio, interesantno mi deluje, neki trip Fallout pomešano sa jebem mate, šta je ovo? Hoćeš igrat Atom Falla? Ne znam, prvo da vidim kako će se pokaže igra. Mislim, deluje mi ovako sad, što gledam, sviđa mi se zaista. Ima sve ono elementi. Pa da, ima vedrije boje, nije sivo kao u Falloutu, jebi ga, jer je to...
Atom Fall se dešava u Britaniji, ako se ja dobro sećam.
Tako nešto. Ali da, Boris, življe boje ima definitivno. Deluje odlično. Sad jebi ga.
Fallout UK Edition. A, to je mod. Ovo je baš igra.
Brate, ovdje vidiš, imaš sve žive. Gledaj malo ovaj, što sam bacio link, imaš tu baš i... svašta nešto i kombat je dobro urađen, scavenging, traders i... svašta nešto, znaš.
U kome
Pa
je
evo, piše da je na testu, ali pogledaj me.
ili šta?
Ne, ovo ti je nešto drugo, Nenad.
A ja to sam malo pre video, da. To ti je bukvalno za 9 dana.
A ima neki Expedition 33, to kad
Čini mi se, jebi mu mati.
Ja mogu odmah da ti kažem da će doživi dnevni slom. Ti. Ovo ti survival crafting.
A, gdje praviš municiju, praviš ovo, praviš ono. Skupljaš stvari. Ali... Znaj Nenad, znajući Borisa, on te sakupljačke, scavengerske stvari ne radi. Možda su nešto promene.
A nije samo to, brate.
On je Tarkov nazvao, kako beše, simulator skupljanja sekundarnih sirovina.
Da. A kao Kezić, preporučujem mu Toma da igra ovaj Kingdom Come dijelo 1.2. Ja sam odmah rekao, znajući kako Kezić igra.
Nije to za tebe.
Tako odmah, Keziću to ne mora se učiš da skidaš, nije to za tebe.
I onda odmah se ljute. Dobro. Ne, pustiš ga.
Ja mu kažem, pa znam kako igraš, ako si ovdje doživio dnevni slom na ovo, šta će tek tamo da bude? Dok ne naučiš one poteze i...
Znaš kako, nikad nema reći istinu. Ne valja. Mora se načekam. Ako je skeleton mage, ne valja kurc. Najjednostavnija taktika ovdje mi je, Nenade, da im napravim 10 harpija u početku. A vi samo izvolite.
Zanimljivo je taj još igraš.
Radi mikromanagement samo. Moraš da odlučiš kad ćeš da ih pošalješ sve u napad, a kada ih vratiš samo da skuplju stvari. Naprimjer, harpije su jako dobre za skupljanje resursa po mapi. Ali nisu baš pola sata treba da razbiju onaj bazu koja ima recimo 10.000 HP. A mogu da napravim harpije ako hoćeš sad. Konstantno to dobijam u tih zdravlje, delove tela. I dosta si zavisan od predmeta koje skupljaš. Našao sam bio na početku recimo, posle 2-3 mape koje sam odigrao, našao sam addon da svaki put kad uništim njima bazu protivnicima da dobijem 2000, kako ide? 250 golda, 50 mane i 50 ovoga kamena. A kamen ti treba za upgradeovanje baze. Ako imaš dosta kamena možeš da leveluješ sve. I onda dobijaš konstantno jedinice i novac. Jedinice ti jače također.
First person.
Jeste.
To je slabo. Slabo.
Sport.
Što zapeva?
Jeste.
Joj.
Imaš ovo, ej Boris, imaš ovo, imaćeš ovo, brate, day one na Game Passu, brate. A, ne, ne, neki horror, pretpostavljam. Nisam staturu. Čekaj. Daj mi link, molim, daj mi baci link ovde. Samo da, pošto nisam nakačio ovaj, preko Steama sam trenutno, zanima me samo da vidim. Je li izašla ova igra ili nije?
Evo neki lik. Red Prez, okačio full gameplay, kad je on to mogu da završi? Evo. A igra izlazi 27.
Pa dobro, to su streameri, brate, oni dobijaju pre-release-a, razumeš, igre na review.
Pa jevi ga.
Budi ti streamer. Budi ti super heroj sa ustrasnova.
To je jako nezahvalan posao.
Vrlo. ...15 sati. Ako sedim 15 sati, kad idem na posao koji radim 8 sati i kad spavam, koliko je 5 sati.
Pa ne znam.
Pa i ja se pitam pomalo. Nešto ne radi u to računici. Pa da, to je to, da. Da.
Gledaj šta sve Milan rekao, da je rekao samo to.
Rekao je da je agent za nekretnine.
Ja sam mislio neki horor, ovo nešto fantazijski, vrat. Barem je uvod, intro koji gledam. Igra i Doom, mrali.
Udm.
A Doom Eternal, jo.
Pa to.
Šta si ti uradio sa Dying Lightom? Ništa. Moj sin. Kako dobra igra i ono kao.
Mene ako neka igra baš ne zapali jako, onda ja jedno 5, 6, 7 dana igram, pa onda jedno 10, 15 dana napravim pauzu. Zato to kod mene malo
Od lovi. Da ti kažem nešto, nadam se da ti se sviđa, ali je stvarno dobra igra, sad jebi ga. Mnogo igara danas ne može čovjek da stigne sve ni da igra šta želi, jebi. Da posveti vreme tome.
Jeste.
Pa jeste. Jedna, druga, treća, igra, četvrta igra, gdje ćeš više, ne možeš i da hoćeš, brate, paralelno nešto da igraš. Više od tog broja. Šta se dešava, bre, u ovoj igri, jebo? Evo. Ajde, nek krene više. Da ubrzam intro, jebote. Okej. Valjda je ovo gameplay. Jeste, trebalo. Gleda lud, lepo u pičku materiju. To nema šta, odmah ti kažem.
Nego ti nam je naš, moj i njegov. Mora da negdje ispija kavu.
A šta je Boris ovo žanrovski jedan? Ima one boje i onu, da kažem, grafički stil, barem po meni. Dosta vuče na Final Fantasy vibe.
Da. Jedino može biti bolje ovdje da otvori prozor i vrati. Nije može.
Dobre, definitivno, nije da se tako dojmi, nego definitivno je tako. 300% je tako, evo gledam sad i borbu. Mislim, ja volim tako, super je.
Ne maži za šal.
Ja se nisam čuo. Kad sam tebe čuo, mogu sam i njega, šta misliš?
Jel je imaš tamo na Game Passu, Boris?
Malo izvetri, kako si izvetri, ugrijat ću prostoriju. Mogu da ugrijem prostoriju, a vas zagušljivo. Baš.
Tako vam na Xbox, majke.
Ne mogu da otvaram vrat, stvarno ne mogu mačke da vidim po sobi. A svaka hoće da se obilježi kad uđe u sobu, nema snage.
Dobro, ovo izgleda u pičku materiju. Sviđa mi se ovo za sad što vidim.
I jeste.
Evo da.
Oh la la.
Ovo je super, brat.
Viđu.
Jel ima na Sony-u? Ček da vidim da bacim oči. Lepo izgleda. Ekspedicija, a?
Na peticiju.
Player Obscure Expedition 33. Lele, Debra, ovdje je 10%, 40,49 u funtama ti vrči. A ukrp ti je. Da vidim add-ons. Ne.
Prekine se glas. I sam ja u pitanju.
30 funti. Brate, još na pre-order, bre, brale, nije izašlo ovdje, bre, Borise. Evo ovdje mi je samo ne mogu, nego mogu pre-order, brate. Ma kurac, brate, nema ga, bre, u storu, nemoj me jebeš, evo gledam. Nima ga, ali kao pre-order. Razumeš? Ček da vidim šta kaže. Izgleda toliko dobrih igara, neću da se zaličim, brat. Mislim, ovo...
Tri nova subscribera.
A nisi čuo Marić?
Ne, mislio sam da si ti opet.
Evo ja.
Pa neko je mica boce. Što radi to Alex? Ti mene kontrolišeš tu, stvarno nemam. Taj je. Ladno.
dark, and when Jane went to his apartment to see if his car was there, she found it was gone. The first thought on everyone's mind was that he had carried out his plan and crashed his Porsche. While trying to put the pieces together and reverse engineer what Connor had been doing over the past couple of days, Jane discovered that Connor had done the same thing he did with her with another girl. This girl, named Teresa, was invited over to his house along with another guy for no particular reason. And during their stay, Connor developed the delusion that this 19-year-old girl was actually a 15-year-old who was also a prostitute named Wanda, and so he started publicly posting about this girl online. There's no real explanation as to why this happened, but it is at this point that Teresa revealed a new piece of information, which was that after a particularly bad overnight bender, Connor's father called him up and told him to go to a mental hospital, saying that he would be flying to where Connor was the next day. While it seemed that Connor initially complied before anyone knew what he was about to do, he smashed his computer to the point that it was unusable and wiped his phone before giving it, along with all of his credit cards, to a few of his friends, before leaving his house to, in his own words, go to the beach. Although his phone was locked behind an Apple ID, calls were still coming through to it, and eventually, Connor called his own phone.
Okay, because this is very interesting. I need you to go to the police immediately because when I tried to go to the psych ward, there was a man, his name was, and he is working for the government. He is with Jake Paul and H3. He is holding me hostage.
In case you're confused what's going on here, Connor is claiming that he's being held hostage by a man he met in the psych ward, although the proof that this man even existed was never provided. When the police were contacted over these claims, they discovered that the phone number Connor was calling from belonged to a random college student, and it's unknown how Connor even got access to that person's phone. Finally, after all of this back and forth over the course of 10 days and the involvement of Connor's family and the police, his sister notified everyone that Connor was now in an institution and not in any kind of danger. A little while after this situation had been kind of resolved, Micah, one of the people who was frequently visiting Connor to help him, posted a compilation of recordings he made during his stay with Connor, showing just how deranged he was during this period.
I just took some ayahuasca and it was absolutely disgusting. It tasted like Brian Venus, and trust me, I've been there many times. My name is Stewie Griffin in Belle Delphine. Do you like this? I'm about to eat some vegan macaroni and cheese. Vegan. It's made out of plants, just like your... It takes me back to my childlike sense of wonder. Oh, that childlike sense of wonder. Oh, let's see, I forgot what I'm going to say. I'm not very smart individual, but anyway, Belle Delphine.
Unfortunately, unlike his last stay in the ward, which was long enough to instill a sense of normalcy in him that lasted a few months at least, he got out as soon as he could, and it was very clear that nothing had improved.
I made it out. I made it out. I'm in the psych ward.
Ovdje u prodavnici.
As soon as he was back, he started uploading more of his nonsensical concept.
Da, to što ide.
Nenade.
Neće. Ono pričamo o radu.
Nenade, oće.
Nešto bi trebalo na tome da radi. Jes.
Šta će biti s kućom?
Samo da postavim to.
Klapač ili rasklapač?
Ja ću to še gledam.
Od tako manje vidite da sve. Ivanove varijante. Ili direktor ili Risto. O Hercegovac. Znači da vi bili u restoranu Hercegovac, direktor Hercegovac, njegov radnik i Pera Detlić.
A.
I ajde ugasimo svetlo i ko nabode na bode. I kad su palili svetlo nema ćevapi. I šta misliš ko je nabod ćevapi? Direktore, jel Hercegovac i radnik i Pera Detlić su imaginarni likovi iz bajke? To je to.
A to su stari fazoni.
Sam ja kao što mi ceo život paramo da budem na šahovskim mjestu.
Neki da ti jebao te tvoj Aleksandar Vučić.
Sam ja kao što mi ceo život para da budem neko rukovodniće mjesto.
Da budeš...
Vučić će da se stavi za ministra policije.
Neću ministra policije, to mi ne zanima.
Neću da budem član mafije.
Tražit ću da me postavi na mjesto...
Premijer. Ni manje ni više. To sam pretpostavio.
Šef policije. Mislim mogu kao, ali ne. Cepaju tamo se zrede, polomi to i toga.
Evo Vučić sad organizuje nastavnike 2.0.
Nastavnike 2.0.
To ono kao iz South Parka kad su najbolje policija drži časove deci.
Ono je strano selo.
A hrane, vidio sve hrane tamo svakom.
Vidim. Oni su se, ja mislim da su se oni...
Opet prekid.
Da, opet je Vučki sluša.
Elem, ja mislim da su se oni tamo samo delirali. Nisu bili... Voleo tu. Prema ih kući.
Kako džubri su ja reći počelo poslije.
Kako nam je služba.
Joj, ne, ja idi mene kod zubara. Ajde.
Ne volim ni ja zubara.
A nije meni problem to, ne mrzim da idem na drugi kraj grada.
Mora samo da se... To je stvarno je...
Moj Nenadu.
Mislim, ja bi ono da mogu i to da...
Šta, budeš i zubar?
Da... Preminem.
Ej.
Moj Nenadu.
Na nadvik.
Zoveme, kaže, nije zadovoljan što mu nisu promenili prezime u sistemu. Ja rekao, ne razumem šta me pitaš. Pa kaže, znaš da sam bio Andy March, sad sam Andy De Gregory. Ja rekao, da, i? Pa kaže, udao sam se, pa sam sad promenio prezime od mog muža. Kaže, Andy De Gregory.
Čekaj, on stvarno zbog toga zvao...
Da, jako je nezadovoljan što mu u sistemu nisu promenili De Gregory.
A. I što tebe zove? Pa nisi ti matičar. Kapiram ja to, ali ti nisi matičar.
Ja mislim da je njegov otac...
Što mu nisi fino objasnio da ti nisi nadležna osoba za to da pozove, ne znam... Da.
Ja mislim da njegov otac jako srećan.
Jest. Radio sine debil.
Bolje da je slušao uvijek slušao.
Sin mu uspeo u životu. Pobeže moj zmaj. Vrti se. Jebih. O. Jeste. Komšije su vredni ljudi, pa i konec. Tu su vraća komunalci da za njima peru. Idu te majka Nikolan.
Pa kaj god odgovoriš, što ti se pojavi? To je ništa. Samo sistemska poruka.
Alo. Da.
Zvao neko ili šta? Zaključava telefon. A jo. Pa nije mu se zaključio da pita. A da, što se zaključava? Ono se zove zaklopio.
se dešava, vidiš šta ih je ovdje, ujeb. Gdje mi je ovaj alien? On će biti zabavan. Dakle, dolazite jebote.
Conceptual videos, this time centered around the idea that he had taken his own life and reincarnated as someone named Seven Son. This particular delusion seems to have been kicked off by a theater play called Dear Evan Hansen, which has a character called Connor Murphy who takes his own life. Now, besides acting, he was also convinced that he was a singer.
Love of mine, y'all are so divine. I know I crossed the line. I feel my soul fading to black.
After this, he released a video that wasn't archived, in which he released the book he started writing during his first psychotic break in 2020, and then continued to write during his 40-day fast. Now, I'm not going to get into the minutia contained in this book due to a lot of it being totally just like unreadable, but we do have a few highlights here that I would like to point out. They're very jokery. Who do you want to truly be? Someone who's normal and suffering, or someone who's crazy and happy? If you ask yourself that question and look deep enough within, you'll start to realize that the urge to be normal is true insanity. You'll start to realize that people like me aren't the ones in psychosis. Humanity is. Truly, the guy who needs to take copious amounts of psychoactive substances every 2 hours is the one who's really happy. Go off, King. Soon after this little...
Ne. Ne, fale, meni je dosta ona gde pečeš tomovaču. Naši programeri su stvarno krem de la krem.
Čaci, nisi nadležan, šta ti je? Pogledaj, Nenad, evo ti link za video igru. Znači, plaćeno si.
Čačilen. A čekaj, on to izjavio ili to izjavio on?
Ma de, ali pazi, kad pokupiš pare, Brnaba kaže Đila. Probaj. A indeks se moraš da izbegavaš. Alo, čaci, nisi nadležan.
Jeben. Možda Častilen. Za našu decu, a Đilo i Marinika iznosi za našu decu i onda opozicija i za našu decu Đilo.
Jeste? Ne. Nešto... Kad da šaljemo.
Jaci, nisi nadležan. I Kešara mi si upropastio, majko Bože. Upropastio. Deniš Nenad, ja? Nadu. Nadu. Upropastio.
A i on je preselio.
Ma je. Urniš. Fire, Nenad. Fire.
Dobro jutro.
Zdravo, kako si Kecmar?
Ti može, neko mi sigurno dan. Ko je poranio?
Ko se rano ustao? Ja.
Ja nisam.
I pola sam se tina.
Mislim, budio sam se oko 7 sati ili tako nešto.
I nisi mogu da
Kad sam
ostaneš.
vidio koliko je, rekao za jebi.
Tamo si se okrenuo i vratio nazad.
Po bukvalno. Nema vesti. Ćaciland ostaje.
Nazavi.
Ćaciland nam ostaje. Loše izgleda baš ono razbacivanje. Šokirano.
Što liči... 28.000 healthy.
Viš. Nekrus mi ta?
A.
Printed Senate. Welcome to my channel. Cheap viewers on Smask Online and
Ušao sam srčan kafu
ZGWCV.
i pravo ti kažem dobro mi je sve. Ravno do Kosova.
Mislim da ćeš ti biti tu jutros. Igrao sam bio Darkblade 1-2 meča, uzeo sam master i promenio sam onda glavno mele oružje, to ti to. Nisam teo dalje ništa da radim, neko ajde sačkat s tebe.
Ti tako igraš ovaj, naprediš ovaj master i oružje ono na maksimum, digneš i to.
Pa da zasim ti karaktere maksimalno šta da radim dalje. Bar mogu to da unapređujem, razumeš?
Da.
Si ne možeš biti level 500. Level si 300, ti max i ostalo ti razumeš masteri. Pa neću da igram samo s jednim tistim. Oni penansi koje radiš se nalša tako što radiš master je i... Da.
Zdravo, Kesiću.
To ti
A da,
nalaš.
oni penance mu ti ko Battle Pass jebote.
Toga ima ako hoćeš.
A to ti kažu, nemam pojma, meni ide mnogo sporo, rekao, treba ti godinu dana jebote za oni Battle Pass.
Ovoga ne. Treba ti mnogo za jedan Battle Pass. Ima neki portal, može ovaj. Release. Control. Zmajevi su... Kad dobiješ par onih power upova, zmajevi razvalje. Ako ćeš da braniš kulu, a nemaš tita, ne možeš da golem. Mada ne znam kako funkcionišu, recimo, noge od golema su ti najbrže, otprilike ono mehanički, kad staviš na spodobu. Staviš krilo od zmaja i noge od golema, razumeš, ono imaš najveći speed teoretski, ali nema logike.
To nema veze, samo da izgleda to svašnije. Jel, to mi se sviđa, to mi se neki delovi baš onako simple smešno deluju.
Da. Imaš i karakonđulet, razumeš, nijedan deo tela nije isti. Ja. Ima neki mutant, Xeno Abomination, mislim da sam vidio njega bio.
Ujebote, šta je to?
A to ti je nešto od toga, imaš kao neke komade kože. I kad skupiš sve, napraviš neki kao body horror, ne znam nije šta je to, mutant neki. Kao da su ovi bili lepši, ali boga mi kakav je ovaj... Kakav je ovaj... Neki, gdje je sad samo da ga nađem? Evo ga, Xeno Abomination. Liči na Pudža iz Dote, ali kad bi Pudž bio ružniji 100 puta.
Pudž jebote, to je onaj sa kukom jebote.
Jest.
Pudž je support ili šta je on?
Pudž je... Boga mi tank.
Tank, da.
Boga mi tank.
Ima onu dugačku kuku u pičku materinu,
Je, zato onaj Rubik može da mu drpi taj ability pa da onda on hukuje. A Rubik, to ti je čarobnjak, on može da ukrade zadnju magiju ili sposobnost koju je bacio heroj. I da izduplira, i da je on baci. Naprimjer, Pudž baci kuku, ovaj klikne na taj kao copy i iskopira njegov ability. I narednih ne znam koliko minuti, ja mislim, imaš njegovu magiju. I sada vidimo. 224 speeda. I glava od jebenog predatora.
On beše kad te kukuje do sebe te i stanuje, jel tako?
Ne, privučete, onda možeš da mu uradiš stan kad uradiš oni drugi ability, kad krene nešto kao da ga jede.
Aha.
A nešto su mu to menjali u zadnjem update-u, znaš?
Dobro, to je ono čega se ja sećam, kad sam ga ja igrao.
Ne, baš su reworkali smo gledali da kad krene da te jede, da dobije DPS. To mnogo DPS-a dobije.
Nije da te stanuje malo, ne?
Ne, samo te drži, razumeš, mogu da ga ubiju, mogu da ga biju ostali, svi nije problem. I on se ne pomere.
To mi je bila fora što, znaš, mogu drugi, ali ne možeš ti. Ne možeš da se pomeriš i onda te one-shotuje, mislim, ne one-shotujete nego...
A i jedete dok ne umreš, suštini. Dugo traje. Pa ne mogu da ga staniraju, ja mislim ne mogu da ga staniraju iz toga, ali ako igraš i ole normalno, uzmeš onaj immunity na spellove i na konju si. Da sam skupim samo 100.000 da mogu da napraviti biblioteku, a mislim da ću stući oko 180, samo sudeći. Šta je ovo? All artificial heads have plus 5 na vision. Šta god. Odakle više šalju jedinice da mi samo znati. Dobro. Neću da budem član mafije. Neću da budem član mafije. Mnogi od predatora su dobre. Od Alijena. Da, čistio sam skoro čitao mapu. Na što liči? Puh! Stvarno abomination. Prošli put kad sam igrao, imao sam delove od vampira.
O!
Ali nisam vidio nikakvu finesu, to ti ono klasika sastaviš četao vampira, ima jači, mislim, i orkovi također imaju vampirizam ili ti i harpije.
I harpije, pa i kosturi neke mislim da imaju.
Kad te udari, razumiješ da vraćaju helte, sad najjači vampirizam ti ima, čini mi se ork ili ork šaman i vampir. Ovi svi ostali imaju sporadično. Ima čak i harpije, ali harpije rade malo DPS-a, znaš, i onda par si meni čini to malo.
Pa zato što imaju oni veliki spread ako praviš celu harpiju.
Da. Jesi ti to igrao, tu igru ili?
A?
Neko jesi igrao baš dvojku ili?
Neko smo ti o tome pričamo, tako?
Kecir dvojku, da.
Da, samo dvojku, nisam igrao Kec, nisam ni znao.
Kec je... ono. Što se kaže, serviceable. Možeš si igrati to. Takmičenje ko je sporio u ovim jedinicama.
Ko je spori, ko je manje korisniji.
Da. Onda uzmem i zatučem jedinice, napravim bolje. Mislim, imam dosta viška delova, pa onda ono kao... Go random.
Go Power Rangers.
A skoro s čitu mapu sam očistio. Mislim da ću tući još jedan talas i... Onda će vratno doći Grim Reaper. Ne znam odakle idu. Krstare preko čitava mape.
Stare kruzare idemo. Mada nešto razmišljam, da li su letači dobri za odbranu, a?
Kako misliš? A zavisi šta imaju od ability-a, možda... ne. Nisam to tako ne radi kao što ti misliš. Mislim zato što lete kao neće ih niko dovatiti.
A to? Mislim, ko je prenos let? Mislim, ajde kao bez brzina kretanja, naravno. Što mogu da prolete ovo vodu.
Pa, brže stignu tu da su krenuli, ajmo tako reći.
Sad više, da li kao ovi neće da ih diraju?
Ajde da ga jebem, ne znam. Ako hoćeš flyera, imaš economic verziju flyera, to bi ti bio
Economic verzija flyera.
Da, to bi ti bilo jedno krilo zmaja i jedno krilo harpija. I to one armor harpije i onda imaš, napraviš jednog flyera koji radi, samo zmajevo krilo radi taj neki kao volcanic, kao neki fireball ispalje. Samo jedno krilo, bez glave. Plus daje ti regeneraciju HP-a. A to je baš idealno. Ali ako hoćeš dva flera umjesto jednog, onda definitivno po jedno krilo zmajno krilo harpi. Šta je sad? Da si biva. Tuču me. This. Već su mrtvi. Ok, hoću li nakupiti 180.000 prekara, pitam se. Možda ako pošalje mačku u pohod. Svake noći dobijem određenu količinu kinta. Nekih 16-17.000 čini mi se. Ovo Twitch dropa sam dobio, čini se buzdovan. Za Dark
Kako
Tide.
Twitch drop, zašto?
Dark Tide.
Ozbiljno?
A. Evo im je zadnja jazbina. Će li bit para? 180.000. Ajmo da završimo sve. Uništite im sve jazbine. Totalno osveta. Samo prebacim sa skupljenja resursa na napad. Tako. Evo koliko će im treba da pobiju sve. Daj mi minut. Give it or take it. Arrowhead odugovlači, očigledno je da spremaju neki novi content ili neku novu progresiju za Helldivere tipa onaj weapon upgrade ili attachment upgrade sistem. Ali im treba izgleda vremena da to završi. I onda nam tako zamajavaju s nekim, razumeš, mestimično zanimljivim stvarima za uraditi. Neke stvari koje su logične da možemo da napravimo, ne možemo da napravimo. Ali ajde, kao ne bi bilo interesantno da dobijemo non stop. Brzo bi se rad završio.
I obrazili bi se, znaš, onda bi morali stalno da i neke lepi korisne stvari.
Ne bi imali toliko kontenta, razumeš, da pravi ono, non stop nešto lepo i korisno. Ne mogu da verujem da su svi krenuli na jednu stranu. Kao poremećeni, dobro, nema problema, bacit ću lightning na ovu zgradu, polomit ću. To. Još jedna. Sinoć na poslu me rasulo bilo. Totalno rasulo.
Bilo kidanje, a? Nešto drugačije.
Nije teško, nego mašine se kvare.
Pa što sad trebate i vi da ih popravljate?
Ne, možemo ja da popravim ništa. I onda su odustale proizvodnje na jednoj proizvodnoj traci i samo su tu drugu aktivirali. Samo smo tu radili. A majstor je popravljao tu mašinu jedno 3-4 put. Popravi je pa radi pola sata, pa stane pa mi odno po majstora i sve tako ukru. I na kraju čovjek kaže, nema, kaže. Slobodno kaže, prebacite, kaže, svu proizvodnju na ovu kao drugu liniju, kaže, ovo ne radi. I to je bilo poslije 2 sata, 3, tako, razumeš, drndanja, razumeš, ono, kreni, stani, pa nestane, ne znam, testa, razumeš, tortilje na toj liniji, pa prebacuju s jednog na drugu, ma kaki. Kaže, ovo se ne možeš popraviti. On sam, niti ima delova, razumeš, niti ima, ono, čovjek, ništa ne mogu da uradim.
Pijete na toplu vodu.
Smrt me sačgala. Koliko je ovo? 300.000? Dobro, to je to. Nećeš Dark Tide?
U njemu se.
Ovo nisam konkretno špionirao šta se radi, znaš, ono, samo pitam. Da, tako igram, zato što sam igrao s Drakulom, verujem mi, prvo sam se levelao sa svim karakterima 30. levela, pa sam levelao oružje, dok nije bilo te progresije da si mogao, dok nije bilo masterije, znaš. Pa smo igrali sve mape, pa smo radili achievement. I onda su, malo nismo igrali, pa onda kao reworkovali su Šta je ovo? Ajde, restartuj Steam, ajde.
Samo polako. Tako ću.
Baguje me ovaj UI. Ovaj Steam UI. Onda sam od skoro nešto. Zapucao se čista mera. Draco je bilo dosadno pa napravio novog karaktera, mogu ili da onaj reworkuje skillove za free kao. Da plati Kintu da promeni ono lični izgled i ono kao te karakter traitove. Ali ajde, šta god.
Ne znam šta je mislio i kako, ali...
Bilo mu dosadno. Nije mu bilo ništa manje dosadno ni kad je napravio novo pa igrati s njim. Ne znam, logik, bez. Nije da je u pitanju prestiž ili šta znam. Kad igraš sa Cecilijom?
Se prebusim na... Da, ovo mi je Gunner, veteran.
Hoćeš da promeniš karakter?
Rekao, ajde malo.
Jel imaš beše torbu kad baciš za prvu pomoć da vratiš ove sve čankove koji su ono... Ne čankove...
Ne znam što nisam ga, to mi prvi karakter, njega sam ono... Tad odigrao i posle toga.
Mislim da ima kao paramedic specijalizacija sa onim first aid kitom. bih to uzeo. A što znam. Ne znači mi ništa. Već mi se dovoljno brzo puni ulti. Okej. Gleda se koliko daju XP-a misije, na primjer, regularna misija level 3 ti daje, ne znam, 4-5 hiljada, tako nešto, sve ništa. Ali, ne, 7.000 daje. Ako imaš modifier tipa da su horde jače, onda vredi 11.500. Onda imaš malo razlike između default level 4 misije i level 3. Na level 4 imaju više health, što se meni ne sviđa. Još mi se sviđa level 3 misija sa većim hordama, nego level 4 gdje moram da DPS-ujem za više štete. Vratno me pokvario health diver sistem gdje zapravo horde su mnogo veće i ima mnogo više jačih neprijatelja. Ali generalno tačno znaš koliko DPS-a radiš. Njegov mentalna gimnastika tipa Diablo i Path of Exile imaju više healtha, a ti radiš manje štete.
A to je obično tako. Dobro, mi se proti kažemo u Helldiverima to i dopada što se tako nam ponavili.
Konstantno, na najmanjim nivoima težine, na najvećim nivoima težine, konstantno radiš istu štetu. I onda možeš uvijek da znaš u svakom trenutku koliko se određenim, koliko ti treba, ne znam, raketa da pogodiš nekoga u glavu, ako gađaš pečurku u daljini ili bunker komandni, koliko ti treba pogodaka, airstrike će skine toliko. I ovdje i u onome, kažem ti, Diablo, isto tako. Ja ne znam, hoću da uradi toliko ili ovoliko na tom nivou težine. Ma daj.
Ujebate, mislim da je veteran dobio ono 3 oružje, ima Assault, Chainsword, Shock Maul, Power Sword. Mislim da te stvari nije imao.
Power Sword je staro oružje, zavisi kad si igra s njim.
Power Sword na veteran?
Idi na Masterje pa pogledaj sva oružje. Da to znaš. Odeš Operatives, Masteries i pogledaš sva oružja koje imaš.
To gledam, zato kažem da čini mi se da je dobio ono... Meni su Masterisi na veteranu 0. Nisam ga igrao od Mastera.
Izaberi jedno pa igra.
O ja. Barrel shotgun, da, to je novo.
Dobar je. Dobar je za sve one specijaliste koji vole da priđu blizu i da te krenate bio.
Da. Ne, to prvom kada ti.
Funny thing that you said that. Ovoga sam malo pre video. Astrea.
Ja prebacim na Zelota isto, da se kompletiramo. Možda imam neke činjenice.
Ne možeš da prebaciš. Da znaš?
Ne znam da ti kažem, on zjebam se.
Malo pa sam ih vidio u lobiju. Ovo dvoje.
Kako si ih prepoznao po izgledu?
Po imenu. Sad što su stali pored nas. Pored mene. This.
This order is the reason we fight,
Ducks.
pilgrims!
Though throne site has fallen into decay, hints of greatness can still be glimpsed. If the Emperor is with us, we shall restore that which was lost.
Malo neobično krećati se brže od onog. Kad nosiš onaj dvolični mač, krećeš se s nekih 70% brzine. S razlikom to što imam onaj momentum. Kad imaš momentum i kad zgrabi mač s dve ruke i trčiš da ih... Imaš kao taj neki charge attack. Veri mi, taj charge attack. I ne moraš ni da empoweriš oruđe, samo priđeš i ubodeš ga u glavu i instant mrtv. Većinu stvari ubio.
Forward into the unknown! Enemies approach!
How Saint Messalina must weep to see Persians so assailed.
We are surrounded! Find your way free!
Koji su surrounded?
Da, naravno, mene uspio.
Gdje ste vi? Purge the symbols of corruption.
Jebote, ja tražim uvijek knjigice iz kriptice, čovječe, sad pogledam dole desno i vidim da nema ništa od toga, ono.
Nisam ne pošto tražiš, ali nema.
To.
Alone? Ah!
On my way. Yes.
Ej, jebik, glas.
The Sinners here speak of a second hive city here on Atoma. As if one kingdom king was not enough.
Don't talk about that. Nor will you if you're
Purge the heretics!
May all our roots be undoing. Grenade! Ha! Lovely!
Drugs! Sve Kja reka da zabije glavom u podlogu. I kačkara.
We must see it restored.
Ste ja zaznesi.
Don't wander off.
Stand tall!
God, Emperor of mankind, deliver us from this Watch and learn, Templar. Someone call for a boat. It's station ahoy. I'm shotgun up.
Emperor is with us. Already the mechanism pumps with power.
Praise his name! There can be no mercy!
Drugs. Surprise! Webster. Boss. Dva. Ovdje pucao u gore. Nije treba.
Ja, to bi slušao vidim.
You fought with faith and were rewarded. Beware, Gunner!
Ovdje da imamo veliku lampu.
Veliku lampu?
Da, na ovom vašu.
Šta si ti lampa našao?
Da kažem. Da bude baš ono utility oružje. Aha, našao sam ga.
I'm no angel, but I can't see myself joining the scabs. I mean, look at them!
Aye, slovenliness and heresy so often go hand in hand.
Da, mislim, jebao se, ovi zadaci se razlikuju od karaktera do karaktera, ne znaš što je?
Kako misliš zadaci? Da. Tačno.
Evo ti ja nisam sve da promijenim karaktera, zato sam skoro završio, da više od pola.
Heal up.
Combat ship! Even within her cage, the witch be a loathsome taskmistress. He makes my flesh creep. Beware!
Marsz!
Body legend.
The Holy Militarum sends its best.
We just happen to love my work.
Help me!
No.
Help me!
Your side. Are you blind, veteran? Stray shots. They happen. They're coming in. Oh, the God Emperor, your vessel! Waiter! Take it out!
Zaleti se na mene.
Dogs. Outside.
Specifično za pse ili...
Da, vrlo specifično za pse. To ti je bio modifier na početku meča.
Da.
Gdje vam je ne naći?
Oh god.
The hound has guardian! The beast is slain!
Jesam, da pojim, gdje to neki to pse.
Pa da.
Yes. Are you sure it is your uniform?
Što igraš ti kad se ne?
Tajt, o ne budem tajt, znam tajt.
I feel a wee bit of slaughter coming on!
Maja.
Who's with me?
Ti po mene malo izgorit ćeš.
Ma ne igram ti ja.
Nice.
Beneficent Emperor! Restore us from the mutants!
No problem, no more can!
Raise his name! About you laggards! Get away from that barrel! We'll drive this!
Scarf gunner!
To snajper pobježe. Mislio sam da je snajper...
Jurimo ove rančore.
Iza nas. Iza nas. Bum. Pustim ga da priđe dobrano blizu kad misli da me zgrabi, znaš. Mislim da si izgubio. Ostaćeš sam tamo, bojim se.
Napravio sam cijeli krug, ja i dalje kažem ne znam se stvarno vodi problema s krugom. Stvarno, ja našli sam početio.
Into the unknown.
Behold the bridge of many martyrs. It is still glorious.
I bring redemption!
of righteous hate.
The Aegis station shall be ours again.
Sjebote, a?
Pojavio se skočio na nekom baš
Popni se gore vamo, za mnom.
Žena je sivo, šta radi?
Kecman, gore na zid.
Do.
Simo radi.
A na postaju?
Da.
I ovo ćemo ići u Kanadu, on će dobiti državljanstvo ako ovako nastavi.
Ma jok, nije u Kanadi, ovdje radi.
Taj kitić u jednoj fabrici obuće koju drži neki italijanski vlasnik.
Cipelić.
Ne znam tačno kako se zove firma. Cipelić ne verujem, ali ajde. Ne vidim ja odakle stiže to, znaš.
Ja isto, ono sad ima kada pojavio. Samo sam čuo ono...
Blasted bomber.
Dole.
Negde iz nemogućeg ugla razumiješ ti nabacuje.
Sad sam vidio da je bomba došla dole.
Ja sam vidio i snajpera isto. Ej! Aha. Izlazi. Ali svi stojite tamo, nije mjesto.
Mi smo u ovom.
U kom? Gdje je put bukvalno okolo, vidi strane.
Mi smo ovdje samo prođeš.
Da, most se produži, a s druge strane bio most do kraja. Dobio sam za double barrel maksimum, taj pen master. Moje nije tako teatralno. Mislim da ću odigrati još jedan meč. I nešto druče.
Možda. Ja ću već pola 12.
A, pola 12. Ti si kasno došao. Škio sam
A
teren.
je.
Nema veze. Sutra će biti vremena ako budeš tu. Ako budeš tu.
Vratim ja na ognju. Imamo 750 Drex with range, 750 Scrap with range, 8 Grim Scripture, komplet 8 misija. Jebate. Prvo kada ti, komunist.
Da si znao ne bi to radio, a?
Ono je čudno, mislim dobro, to oni kao daju za ovo, za ono, kako, ne znam. Da nisu dali svaku da ima svoje, razumiješ, da možeš ako hoćeš sa sva 4 karaktera da uradiš to.
Pa slušaj me sad dobro. Pre su resursi. Ovi za upgradeovanje gira bili odvojeni.
Kako ti misliš odvojeni?
Tako kao što sam rekao. Za svakog karaktera su bili drugačiji resursi. Ne mi sad shvataš.
Znači onog koga se nemaš igraš, tu imaš resurs, onog da nisi, tu nemaš ništa.
Da. Dok neko nije rekao stani malo, mislim, ko će ovo normalno da radi. I onda sam rekao pa jes, znaš, i kao ajde. I kao dali su nam tu varijantu da...
Da bude kao u ovome, da bude sve zajedno.
Sve zajedno i lakše za... Vidi ga koliki je. Stvarno izgleda ogromno. Sam radio master iz double barrel, sad uzmem bolt gun.
Pičica po 10 level, ova Ravenna's Veil, šta je bravo?
Šta je to? Misija neka?
Ne, 40 level mu piše da je kao 40 leveli.
Reputacija ili tako nešto, šta? Na to?
Ne znam, da ne piše obično ono 30 kao maksimum ili 26 ili 10 i 13. Njemu pišeš 40. Nešto se izbukalo možda, nema pojma.
Možda.
I mogu ti slikom doći.
I trust you are pleased, Varlet. It is done.
Ne radi.
Kako ne radi?
Omnissiah shield you, Varlet.
On screenshot dugme?
Da.
Pa trebalo bi da radi, sad ja ne znam.
Znaš kao, ali tamo ovo sam odmah kao uhvati i sad ovdje nešto reći. Ne, već sad nađe misiju da... Vidiš li ti to ako je nešto standardno?
Hoću.
Asterix, dobro. A da, jesam trošio pare, jesam kupio sam sada koliko imam ovako malo para, i 7 milijon i 8. 10.000.
Ćeš njega da skupljamo?
Ne. Možeš, što da ne kažeš uvijek kod.
Ti si promijenio karakter?
Odmah sam to uradio, čim sam izašao iz misije, odmah sam ga vratio na ogram.
HL7004 is a wretched lair of degenerates and your next destination, varlets. The spiky ones have made this their lair. They will fight to defend it, so do keep your heads down. Illegal skins are traded in this area. Evidence suggests a connection with the blight. I require samples. You will find them at the amphitheater.
Samo novi headpiece, da se vidi brk i frizur.
Can I get some rocket stone?
You seem to be handling field operations more and more, Tech
Efficiency is all.
And we can always use more of that. Some more than others.
Vidim taj podbrazak metalni.
To have your approval, ship mistress.
Freedom never sleeps.
Deploy a DX-41A detonation pack.
Time to boom, little toy!
Spiky ones will be alerted. Expect resistance.
Oh, very good. No one will return back.
On my way. Da sam ga ko zec sa bolterom. Ne verujem, markao sam ga i opalio. Samo jedan metar. Znači nisam ništa manje nije očekivao, ali... Seek thy holy scriptures. Nema. Ne, ne, od gore smo došli. Go, go, go. Čekaj. Where is it? Znaš da me niko nije udario, samo je ovo govno puklo na pola metala od nas. Obično sam svaki ćošak, znaš.
ponovo Max uhvatio.
Mislim da je osoba jako loša zato što se sponu iz svih ćoškova i počnu da te...
Zato što ti promenili objektiv, ako se sjećaš objektiva, kad ti zakrči, moraš ti da ga kucaš. Znaš, ima si onih 4 redova kad trebaš da klikneš na određeni znak. A sad samo trebaš to da držiš sekund.
Nope.
I do not expect you to remain, ship mistress.
We are allies, are we not? Allies do not have to.
As you say, ship mistress.
Sorry. Da, trebalo bi da ovdje ima onaj easter egg.
No ovako slične lokacije se nalaze.
Leđa.
Oho.
Nice. Muš! Boss. Books. Čekaj, wait, secret.
Evo ga, imam fuse box.
Ne, znaš kako ti ovo ide, aj za mnom. Ne, za mnom. Izvoli gore.
Ima rupa na sredini.
Got it! This way. It is. Wait up. Sad. Dugme. Yep. To kad neko nađe.
The only bony mutant is a dead mutant! Cross to the Emperor, comrades! Danger!
Right. Whoosh.
Good, varlets. Very good. Proceed through the brewery.
Help the Templar, my kindred! No mercy! Medicate station!
Nosimo ovaj kost sad.
Znaš kako, na kilici.
Ne mogu da sam.
Evo.
Čem se ocalos, brate, nema razloga.
Talking like my hogs!
There will be no help for you if you are trapped here. Keep moving.
I concur, ship mistress.
Ovo je velika zona, meni čini da ovdje može biti knjiga lagano. To ću ti uzeti u jednu kutiju.
Ne vidim da velika stvar. Kako onda je bolje da imamo svi po jedan okvir nego da jedan lik ima 4 okvira.
Lezi. Gdje je majka mu ga nabijem? Tik tak. Nema ovdje knjiga slučajno, ne?
I mi smo to gledali. I neko je pokupio jednu.
Nije to ovdje. Nisi obraćao pažnju.
Nisam. Ovo je bila akcija i psi, brate, već je objasno.
To je bilo 2 sobe unazad neko pokupio. Uuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuu
The problem no more can.
Znaš kako, čini mi se da te jednom baci. I onda drugi put da te zgrabi.
Uhvati pa te bije, pa te baci i tako uvijek radi.
Wait. Buzz. Ah.
I slab, I feel it be beyond redemption.
Can somebody pick this extra bag? Thank you. A znam. Extra bag.
I ne može da primaju ove...
Nema, ovo ima steampunk.
A to ti na trojici, to ti ide do knjiga ide, jel?
Ne, ona ima steampunk, ona nema knjigu. Follow me.
Da, jeste Selena, aha.
Keca, nemoj me jebat.
Dijelu ti jedan koji drugi.
Eto. Ulazi. Osti.
Ja mislim da ovi ovdje izgubi najviše movement speeda kad reloaduje.
Are you tired? Embrace the Omnissiah's purpose. Let it ride.
Yep.
Ima tamo ključ, što niko ne zove municiju.
Sam pun, vidiš i dole tamo. Vidiš kad je belo i kad je žuto u donje levom ćošku.
Ja to kod rakora samo ključ.
Da ti ja kažem. Color in fear! Ovo je kombo bio, moram ti reći. Almost. Kako su izletali iza vrata, tako su dobili malju u glavu. Nope.
Možda treba mi pitamo da li neko ima Argghhh, ja bi ti zove stvari, da napravimo ovako kako bilo. I nekog se obrava čuva.
Ne znam. Kakva glupost. Sred čarža te uvatio, znaš.
A ne bi trebalo da...
Mene isto, a znam, evo ti.
Zato što imam ono kao da se ne zaustavi,
Ne možeš. Zato što si kao ti bio u sred te animacije, a on je tek počeo taj kao čarž.
To ga kažem, ako sam ja krenuo, ne bi trebalo da može.
Ne bi trebalo.
Ja sam već uveliko trčao. A piše lepo da su nezaustavljivi, ono ako dam pa jedan pojem.
To je tačno, donekle vidiš.
Pa da, tako da mi jasno nešto da to tačno deluje.
Running's a cold fish, ain't he?
Firm but fair, yes?
Ready?
I'll have it.
Nope.
Ammo!
Ta.
Pa nema nikog sam tebi...
Gledam kome fali.
Pa otišli su, šta?
Bukvalno jedan ovaj metak mi fali.
Jo, meni pek još jedan. Šta su meni fali?
You need the dog more, Ken.
You can rely on me.
Everything, eh? Hang in.
Da mi bacimo jedan, a?
Može.
Well, maybe not two. Maybe not two of them, but okay.
Kako ga tamo gore bacio, što
Ups! Zato nisam teo silazim dole. Nije mi je bila daleko.
That we will. Just gotta keep fighting, comrade.
Pa čekaj, znači ostaje tamo jedan, jel tako? A ne, to je taj.
Ostaju oba.
Pitam, ti vidiš ovo što se dešava, ti obraćaš pažnju što se dešava na ekranu.
Ona je iskoristila medic pack rani. Ne ja. Nope.
Acceptable performance, varlets. Now deploy the access ciphers and gain entrance. Once you have verified the presence of the stims, trigger the roof access to enable extraction. If you can prevent heretic reinforcements from entering the amphitheater, your survival odds are greatly increased.
Niko nije ovo vidio, no?
You are not together. You should be. Now.
Sad nas ovo čeka kad siđemo dole, znaš?
No.
Sve ovo što si čuo, i kerovi i ovaj trafer. Gledaj. Uš! A ja, to je osoba,
a?
Oh boy, this place.
Stims identified.
Enemy activity has
Mother, you also
I thought you'd like to know.
Yes. Roof controls, varlets. With alacrity.
Launch clearance has been granted. It's on to you.
Go there!
Grenade. Bacio sve bombu ispod buljice. Dobro. Pulse staje u vazduh. Che avevo? Ko je bacio knjigu? Ne znam kako si je bacio, ali si je bacio.
Mislim.
Dođi vam na sredinu, pucaj. No shit.
Even partial data is a prize.
Meditation station.
Trust owner.
No.
Jebote, dvojice su... Jedan je točno od jednom dvojice, znaš. A ovo sad... Stand strong. Bjež. You're a dog.
Your mission is concluded. Should you wish to leave, now is the time.
Yes, vidiš. Should you wish to leave? Ah, wrong way. Pa sletio je dole. Da nije bilo logično da sleti u sred onoga dole.
Konca sam završio u ovoj misiji.
O, dobro. Bilo je tu dosta svega, razumiješ, što ste neprijatelji.
Pa to.
I kad završiš sve knjige, čini mi se na nivou one simbole korupcije.
Knjige sam sigurno završio, nevratno sam završio ubistva.
Secret onaj. 100%. Fino.
Gledaj, ujebote, lako. Ali te penese mislim da bi ti završio, ti moraš da, mislim, da rotiraš karaktere.
Dobro, počitaš, ako te ne mrzi čitaš pa vidiš šta traže tebe da uradiš. Imaš tu varijantu.
Evo sad ćemo imati šta će da mi kaže. Bit spread. Mechanite. Aha, za mapu. Mechanite L1, Mechanite L3.
Pardon.
Interesantno. Kontrakt isto sam završio, sve ostalo mi još 2 misije da završim. I gotov sa kontraktima. Ok. Ništa, to je to, tamo ću ja da odim isto nešto da žvaknem, od prilike od jutra sam samo na jednoj banani.
Na jednoj banani?
Samo sam bananu povisao, da to doručak. I svako stavio novi Battle Pass za Kediver.
Koji?
Borderline Justice Warbond.
Dobro, kad to ide? Live.
Novi revolver. Biće neki western fazon.
A to je možda ono fan made, znaš?
I Winchester Sniper kao.
Boga mi to je nešto bilo kao kontakt, da sam... Daj mi.
Heavy medium.
Ovo je kao Bounty Hunter, one.
I znaš što još, vidim i novi backpack da možda vrtiš. Dinamit, veseli.
A dobro, bar je kreativno ako išta. To sam vidio jetpack novi.
Ja vidim ga i crveni sa koji će posledno se postoji. Ovo je like,
Mart 20.
Evo to je za 2 dana.
Ovo je dobar, ovo mora da je u storu. Ovo je Sherifield, svi da zadnji.
Pa to je crno mi kaže.
Šta je izgleda dobro? Kad se izgleda dobro? Čini mi se izgleda dobro.
Izgleda mi. Liči na ovo kako se zove, Mandalorijana.
Democracy Deputy available in the Superstore, vidim. Fino. Neka nova tema, da kažemo tako. Kao što ti je tema onoga bila, ono kao Predator varijanta, znaš. Kao šumska, jungle kao varijanta. Ali da, čini se inspirisano direktno Predatorom.
Jungle je masivan.
I da mi update-uje... Što desi ovo Helldiverima uopšte?
Nemam pojma.
Update imaš?
Možda je prije, da, 1.60.
Off to work. Take care.